Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios here in Riyadh. These are our top stories this evening. Trump says the Iran deal makes it loud and clear that Tehran will not be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, as Al Arabiya sources exclusively reveal details of the interim deal. President Zelensky joins world leaders at the start of the G7 summit in France for talks on the Russia-Ukraine war. Saudi Arabia have begun their World Cup campaign with a 1-1 draw against Uruguay. We're starting the show with breaking news. Al Arabiya English sources have obtained a copy of the 14-point agreement expected to be signed on Friday between Washington and Tehran. I'm going to read some, but not all of the points from that document. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States, together with the allies in the current war, declare upon signing this memorandum of understanding an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and undertake that from now on they will not launch any hostile action against each other and will refrain from threat of use of force against each other. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article and the remaining articles. From Article 3 of that, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to negotiate and reach a final agreement within a maximum period of 60 days extendable by mutual consent. Number 4, immediate signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. The United States will lift the naval blockade and prevent any interference with obstruction against the Islamic Republic of Iran and restore traffic within a maximum of 30 days to its full capacity. The traffic of ships shall be proportional to pre-war volumes of traffic on the part of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States also undertakes to withdraw its forces from surrounding areas within 30 days after the final agreement. On to number 8. The Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce a nuclear weapon. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of the enriched material and the fate of all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in the final agreement. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article. Number 9. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agreed that pending a final agreement, they will maintain the status quo and Iran will maintain the status quo in its nuclear program, and the United States will not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces in the region. And finally, it says this final agreement will be approved through a binding resolution of the UN Security Council. Again, that is from Al Arabiya sources who have shared a copy of that 14-point document. You can see more on the Al Arabiya English website. Of course, this comes as President Trump has said preliminary agreements with Iran sends a very clear message that Tehran will never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, he's defended the framework deal and actually rejected reports that Washington would invest money in Iran. Have a listen to this.
The one thing that's happening that's of note, frankly, the only thing that really matters to me, is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences. Not just a little bit like, I won't even tell you the consequences. But the consequences are the ultimate consequences. And with that being said, I hope we have a very good relationship. But the biggest thing is they will not have a nuclear weapon. And that's the reason I got in, and that's the reason I agreed to sign. They will not develop, purchase, buy, or any other thing. They're not going to acquire a nuclear weapon. If they do, all hell will rain down on them. And they're not going to do that.
For more on this, I'm joined by Errol Markov, who's the spokesman for Republicans overseas, who joins us from Detroit. Errol, as we said, J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, said this memorandum of understanding, which we've now, I'm not sure if you heard, obtained a copy of this. It is a page and a half long. It is remarkably short for something that we believe is designed to end this war. How confident are you that this is going to be the framework for lasting peace?
Very confident, because ultimately length doesn't determine strength. Ronald Reagan set the tone with trust but verify, and that's what we're going to do here. You know, a clear and succinct document allows us to get exactly to the point, and the point is obviously the nuclear materials and how to remove that. So the JCPOA, all these other long articulated agreements had plenty of loopholes and problems. We think the succinctness of this exactly points to the quick dedication we have to resolving the issue, and it's going to be, I think, further exemplified as, of course, those 14 points just got leaked.
Now, as we said, we've obtained this, but President Trump had said that this document would be released before Friday. And this is from Al Arabiya sources. If this is the actual document, why release it? Is it about transparency? Or does the White House want to control the narrative before the critics get a chance to do that? What would be the reason to release this before it actually gets signed on the dotted line?
Great question. The answer is simply both. You never want the narrative to be controlled by people who aren't involved in the decision. So on one hand, you want to get ahead of the narrative situation. On the other hand, we want full transparency. Unlike Obama's deal that never was codified in Congress, never really came to light until it came backdoored, this one is going to be completely shown. But obviously, the American government doesn't want anybody else, including the news agencies, to misconstrue what it is. So controlling the narrative is critical to the public perception of this, which is also critical to having it be a well-received thing diplomatically. So we agree with both points, and we think it's critical to control both narratives.
Errol, as we've read from that, and from what we'd heard from Donald Trump previously as well, Iran won't have nuclear weapons. It won't have the capability for that. The question is, we don't know exactly how Iran's nuclear program will be monitored going forward. So is it reasonable to ask people to trust a deal before they've actually seen the details of what's in there? Because, again, we don't know what's stockpiled, we don't know what's in there, and we have to rely on the trust and transparency that we hope that Iran would show going forward.
Well, look, it is absolutely fair to question any deal with Iran, and nobody should blindly trust it. Skepticism is healthy. In this situation, though, you have a verifying architecture that's going to come out of it. And I think when you have somebody like Donald Trump, somebody who's made deals across the Middle East, peace deals, economic deals, personal business deals, he's a deal maker, he's our commander-in-chief, and he's the person who set the tone for this. So in that case, while we want to trust but verify, at least in the case of this administration, it would behoove everyone to trust the man who has committed his entire life to making deals to deliver on this most important one to him.
Errol, let me read point number 6 from this document that we've obtained. Again, Al Arabiya sources have provided this document to us. This is not the officially released document for this MOU. The United States undertakes, together with its regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. The implementation mechanism of this plan, as part of the final agreement, will be formulated within 60 days. We had that denied initially from White House reports in that there was no money that going to be given towards Iran. Was it inevitable there was going to be something in there that was going to give some level of repatriation, or what I want to call it back, or remuneration back to Iran in terms of the deal going forward?
I think the biggest difference is it's not going to be a gift without any contingencies, which is what the Obama administration did. A $300 billion global fund to redevelop parts of Iran, that's economic integration. That shows what the U.S. is always trying to do with its enemies in every facet, is to ultimately entangle them in the octopus of the U.S. financial system. So in respect to how it plays optically, we need to separate that it's not a gift, there's contingencies, and ultimately redevelopment, of course, is something that's going to integrate the region back with Iran, hopefully to bring them to be a better neighbor and partner to the Gulf, which they have, of course, brutally attacked.
Errol, all the signs in this and everything that I'm reading here indicate that this is a better deal than the 2015 deal. What are the things are you expecting, or what is in here that you thought, yes, this is an America First style deal? This is the kind of deal that Trump will go in there and take as a win.
For us, it's the permanent restrictions, no expirations. That's critically important. That's what Obama gave them. He gave them expiration and sunset clauses, which allowed them to reach up to 60% and then fade away. Ultimately, also, we're going to have the Congress involved. We're going to bring this to a vote and have it codified in the United States, as well as the UN Security Council. And that's America First, because that's making sure that this is a lasting agreement and not something the next generation come in and just wipe away. And ultimately, the proxy behavior that Iran has conducted itself in, that's sort of coming to an end. And you see that America is detaching itself in some ways and giving power to regional players, not just Israel. And so I think because of all that, you're looking at America, looking at everybody as an equal player here, rather than the 20th century viewpoint, which was slightly skewed.
Errol, there's a point in here, number 4 as well. Upon the signing of the MOU, the United States will lift the blockade and prevent any interference or obstruction against Iran and restore traffic within 30 days to its full capacity. This is the sticking point, isn't it? This is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the problem that we've been talking about since the get-go on this. And this arguably may be probably one of the, aside from the nuclear halt to nuclear armament, this is probably the biggest win out of this 14-point document more than anything else.
Oh, I absolutely agree, because everything is obviously tied to the price of energy. If you buy an apple, it's tied to the price of refrigeration, transportation, and all of these things which are tied to petroleum prices. This is going to unlock the world economy, which has been through quite a 3-month tumultuous period. But you have oil prices at 3-month lows now. That's going to start going down. It's going to bring peace and stability. And obviously, this is going to bode well for other U.S. strategic interests, whether that be in Cuba or ending the war in Ukraine. So all of it's kind of together. Energy is tied to everything. And when you bring down the price of energy, ultimately you bring down escalation.
Errol, President Trump has been discussing this deal, as you can imagine, at the G7 summit. And this gathering brings together world leaders. It brings them together as peers. And Trump very often dominates the conversation, sets as much of the political narrative as possible when he's in the room. How important is this deal to just hammer home how crucial the US is when it comes to the grand political theatre scene?
Oh, critical, very critical, because the G7, self-admitted, is sort of an archaic institution in some respect. Mark Carney said it himself in terms of the economic power per capita, it's there, but global economies are changing. So for the United States to walk into a room of people who have basically achieved nothing diplomatically or militarily in 50 years and shown that he could have steamrolled the situation, pulled a deal out of the hat and brought it back and with something to actually show them, I think it shows Europe and it shows these G7 economies that the United States not only is the top dog here, but they're here to deliver results for the world economy. And if we all work together to weed out bad apples as opposed to just making America do everything by itself, this might have been even more successful and much quicker than it already had been done by the president.
Errol Markov in Detroit. There we must leave it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's continue this conversation. We're going to speak to Zafar Nawaz Jaspal, who's a professor of international relations at Quadi Azam University in Islamabad. Professor, thanks for joining us. We saw today President Trump standing alongside Qatar's emir, praising the country's role in these negotiations. Pakistan, of course, has also been credited hugely with helping broker this deal. Is this now moving to become a joint diplomatic effort between Pakistan and the Gulf states to get the final agreement over the line, now that we do have this 1.5-page document as a starting point, as an MOU?
It's a reality. From the very beginning, Pakistan engaged the Arab Gulf states. When we were mediating, when we were facilitating, we tried to engage the Arab Gulf states, including Qatar, so that they will not retaliate when Iran was firing on it. Pakistan has a good relation with all these states in the Persian Gulf. So that's why if we were engaging in the last phase of these negotiations, Qatar emerges as some kind of a also facilitator. So in this context, one cannot rule out Qatar's role in this deal or others who refrain but not openly coming up, their contributing in finalizing this deal.
Professor, what do you make of this from point number 6, again from this Al Arabiya obtained 14-point document, which we believe to be the MOU, which will be signed on Friday? The United States undertakes, together with regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan agreed by both parties for the economic development and rehabilitation of Iran and ensuring finances of $300 billion. The mechanism of that has not been agreed, but it will be formulated within 60 days. What is your take on that? That is a lot of cash going towards Iran.
I think it's a confidence-building measure. It's a confidence-building measure between Iran and the Gulf states, the Arab neighbors. It's a confidence-building measures between the Iran and the United States. Because Iran has suffered a lot in the war, and in the last 1.5 years, because of blockade, its economy has been shattered. And naturally, they have to give a breathing space to Iran. And at the same time, the deal makers have to sell something to the people. Mm-hmm. So that's the reason when you talk about it. And my understanding is that the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and all these countries, they need a peace in the region. Otherwise, they will be sinking in the poverty. So that's why they are talking about this kind of a deal where conflict management move towards the conflict resolution, especially when all are the stakeholders because of the economic matter.
I want to bring your attention to point number 11 here as well, Professor. The United States undertakes, in light of the progress of negotiations towards a final settlement, frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be released and made fully available. Again, I'm paraphrasing that from the 14-point document. And this, again, is a win, I guess, for Iran more than anything else. And this is something for them to take back and to celebrate. Would you think that that's the reason why that is inside this 14-point document at this early stage of the MOU?
I think that what the Americans, they will try to use these frozen documents to pressurize the Iran so that they comply with the whatever the negotiations will be taking place in the next 2 months on the Iran's nuclear decision-making. My understanding is that Iranians are very clear that they are not going for a nuclear weapons. They are ready for, you can say, either transport their 60% enriched uranium or to, you can say, dilute it within the country under the IAEA safeguards. It's a good move from the Iranian side to demonstrate that they are not pursuing the nuclear weapon. But in a reciprocity, they demand something. And this money will be a reciprocity. We have to not forget, Americans want now Iran stable so that the regime with which they are signing a deal, this regime shall survive. And this regime will survive if this regime enjoys the confidence of people that through the deal, they did not lose the war on the table. They brought something for the people of Iran. And Americans, as a leading power, understand this dynamic.
Professor, as I mentioned at the start of this conversation, Pakistan has been at the centre of this diplomatic effort. How important is it that both Washington and Tehran continue to trust Pakistan as the honest broker they have been since the start, but once those difficult negotiations begin, and how they need them to be an ally through this?
Please permit me to take your word, difficult. Yes, it was a difficult. Since 28th February, Pakistan has been facilitating and mediating. And very, you can say, pursuing intelligently both sides that dialogue is the only option. In this process, if you see Pakistan and maintain credibility of its, you can say, as a mediator, and at the same time, it preserved the neutrality. This thing is very significant. And if you see today, not even a single incident has been reported by the officials of Pakistan. What happened, what talks took place, where were the hurdles, what were the obstacles, which party was, you can say, arrogant. We never. With this, we try to maintain our credibility. Of course, when everyone was saying, is Pakistan is the guarantor of the deal, Pakistan maintained one stance. We are pursuing them. We are pursuing both parties, but we are not guarantor. They are themselves, because both are the warring parties, they're big powers. Pakistan, as a mediator, it establishes a role, what we call it a middle power role, and one can look Pakistan's role or sustainer of this deal as a what we call it middle power in the region.
Professor, we have mentioned about both parties, of the trifecta, I guess, with Pakistan, with Iran, with the US. Israel, though, they've made it very clear that they're not fully behind every aspect of this agreement. Will Pakistan consult Israel, do you think, or will they hold any influence over whether this succeeds or whether this falls? Could it be something that Israel brings the downfall of, an MOU like this?
That's why I say this deal, I'm very much optimistic, but I use the word cautious optimist, because Israel is not part of this deal. Yes, Americans are consulting with them, but Pakistan is not part of this consultation. Pakistan has no connection with Israel, and it's an open secret. And Israel is very much trying to derail, and many people told us here, and it seems, according to empirical data, that when Israel was increasing its firepower or striking in Lebanon, it was trying to scuttle this deal, because Iranians from the very beginning demanding comprehensive ceasefire, including a ceasefire in Lebanon. So in this context, we are only communicating to the Americans. You have to fulfill your promise that Israel will stop its aggression in the Lebanon, what the Iranians are demanding.
And Professor, before I let you go, if this agreement is to become a permanent peace deal, what is the single hardest issue to get over the line in order to take this from an MOU to a full-on peace deal that we can hang our hat on and say it's done?
Peace in Lebanon, peace between the Lebanon and Israel, peace between the Israel's, or you can say stopping of Israel from this militaristic strategy in its left and right, Gaza and Lebanon. Otherwise, this deal will be not going to be seeing the positive outcome. Maybe 2 months, Iranians agree on the nuclear weapons that they will not make. They agree on the 60% enrichment. They will go for International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards. But on Lebanon, that is a red line for the Iran, especially eliminating the Hezbollah. So that will be not going to bring a state. So that is one of the biggest obstacles. And that obstacle is also haunting Netanyahu because of his elections in Israel.
Professor, there we must leave it. Professor Zafar Nawaz Jaspal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
G7 leaders have been discussing the Russia-Ukraine war on their first full day of the talks at the summit in France. President Zelensky has joined them amid continued efforts by European allies to maintain Western support from Kiev, while also assessing the implications of the emerging US-Iran agreement. President Trump said he would do what he could do to end the war after what he described as a very good meeting with President Zelensky. Now, for more on this story, we're joined by John Kavlich, who's the Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, thanks for joining us again on the show. World leaders, as we're seeing, arriving to where you are in Evian in France right now, expecting Ukraine to dominate the agenda before they landed. And now this US-Iran agreement has, it seems, completely changed the entire conversation. The G7 has seemed to have found itself with a very different agenda all of a sudden.
The G7 always has a habit of not living up to its potential. And that's because, as a group of 7 plus 2 representatives of the European Union, it's anything that comes out of it is always based on the lowest common denominator. It's based on the one who doesn't want the most, and that's who they have to appease. And in this particular case, with the U.S.-Iran agreement, everyone here knows it's not a final agreement. It's not a peace treaty. It's an interim agreement. It's an agreement to get to another agreement. And so there's a reality. President Trump is trying to portray it as a hugely significant event and a sort of a final event or a guarantee of what he wants, but it really isn't there. And then on Ukraine, they are saying nice things, and President Trump is saying nice things, but there isn't really a change in terms of what everyone is agreeing to do to try to get the fighting to stop.
Well, let's talk a bit about that, John. President Zelensky arrived after claiming Ukraine struck an oil refinery deep inside Russia, and we're hearing that Trump has urged Zelensky to make a deal to end the war. Is there a concern that Ukraine risks being pushed down the agenda because the Middle East is going to dominate the headlines again for the next couple of days while the G summit is taking place?
Ukraine has gone down the priority list during the last 100+ days of the Israel-US-Iran war. And President Zelensky doesn't like to be ignored. He will push himself into any space to make certain that people are talking about Ukraine. That's not a criticism. It's just that's what he does. It's sort of his job. And the White House really didn't want President Zelensky at this event, but the other members of the other G6 did, and President Macron did, because they're always hoping there'll be a moment where President Trump can give something that President Trump didn't even expect, sort of like they're concerned about the blow up. But in this particular case, there is an opportunity. But President Zelensky is really not going to be getting what he wanted. He wants licensing of technology to build missiles. Inside the White House and the Pentagon in Washington, they're not excited about licensing technology because they're afraid of technology transfer. They're afraid some of it could, because of corruption in Ukraine, it could get sold or given to Russia, to China, and other adversaries. So, that's not really there. And then you have the bigger problem. And the bigger problem is when the war started, it's Russia versus Ukraine. So to stop the war, it should really be Russia and Ukraine. Then the U.S. comes in. So now there are 3 parties. In the U.S., Ukraine sees the U.S. as an ally. Russia sees the U.S. as a mediator. And that hasn't worked. Now, within the last couple of weeks, we've had the European Union come in, and the European Union says, wait a minute, we want a seat at the table. That's 27 countries. Then you have UK. That makes 28. Now we have 31 people at the table. How anyone thinks that's going to bring closer an end to the fighting is beyond me.
And John, as we mentioned, this is happening, all these leaders are meeting in Evian, where you are right now in France. Russia has continued its strikes on Ukraine. In fact, we're hearing damage to Kiev St. Sophia Cathedral, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site as well. That is a huge attack to take place in the midst of the G7 summit. What is Zelensky hoping to walk away from with this? Who exactly, he's got these sideline chats taking place with Donald Trump, who exactly will he be cozying up to at the G7 summit in order to get some level of resolution similar to what you've just mentioned a few minutes ago?
Yeah, well, President Putin has done this on every occasion of a globalized event where if President Zelensky shows up, they will pummel Ukraine. And basically, it's a message. It's a message to Ukraine that give up. And it's a message to people supporting Ukraine. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue this fight until we get what we want. And so it's somewhat of a deterrence from the Russian standpoint to try to just get people like, well, maybe we really don't want to do this if the Russians keep pummeling. But on the other hand, the Ukrainians will say, this is why you all should get angry. This is why Russia needs to be stopped. And this is why you need to help us stop them, because they keep killing men, women, and children. They're destroying historical buildings, and they've got to be stopped. But President Trump looks at this more and more as a European problem. U.S. taxpayers aren't providing any money. The European Union, NATO members, Ukraine is buying what it wants. So from President Trump's standpoint, it's a profit mechanism. And President Trump, when he says he's interested, we've seen this now for a year and a half into his first term, and that is he tries, he gets rebuffed, he tries again, he gets rebuffed, then he goes to something else. In this case, there was Iran. We've got Cuba, which is waiting, which is a domestic political issue. So he's going to spend time in that. He's not going to really spend a lot of capital trying to end the war. He will try to pressure Russia, as he's continued to do with sanctions. But, he's basically saying to Ukraine, this is like a child living in their parents' home. The child is leaving the home. And in this case, Ukraine is becoming the EU's problem and NATO's problem. And President Trump is pretty satisfied to see that happen. He'll still be involved, but he's not going to really be aggressive.
John, it feels like as one thing de-escalates, something else escalates. I want to get your thought on this as we went to air just now. The warning shots fired in the English Channel. Is that an isolated incident? Is there a sign here that there might be some escalating tensions between Britain and Russia that's rearing its head?
Well, there are domestic politics at play here, too. For Keir Starmer, the UK, he's in a really delicate position, and no one's quite certain how many days or weeks, months he has left. There's also a massive issue in the electorate in the UK and in the parliament and the government with respect to defense spending, where they're not spending what they should be spending. And the defense minister recently quit. Actually, two defense officials quit. And the administration has said, well, we're going to grab these Russian shadow tankers. We're going to, be aggressive with Russia in that. But no one should expect this is going to lead to the proverbial World War III or precursor to World War III. These are skirmishes that Russia has had with other countries now for 5 years. It's just sort of a normal process, and each government tries to play it up. So UK is going to try to play it up because we're being tough on Russia, and Russia is basically sending the message, we're still a threat, and you still need to think about us every day.
John Kavlich in Evian at the G7 summit. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, 8 crew members are dead following a B-52 bomber crash at the Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California's Mojave Desert. It's the deadliest crash involving a B-52 bomber in more than 40 years. An investigation is underway to find out what exactly caused the crash. Patrick Falk has this report.
US Air Force officials say the B-52 Stratofortress bomber was on a routine test mission supporting a radar modernization program when it crashed shortly after takeoff. Emergency crews responded immediately, rushing to the runway at the Edwards Air Force Base, which was left with a blackened scar as a result of the impact.
It was
Colonel James Hayes called it a tragic incident.
Our team of first responders snapped into action and immediately cordoned off the area and took the appropriate action to start putting out the flames. While that was taking place, our base responded in kind to establish an emergency operations center and a wing operations center to ensure that the command and control of all base agencies and the response for the recovery effort was underway. After reviewing the footage of the crash, it was deemed that this was an unrecoverable crash and unsurvivable.
Reports say teams are working to notify families about the deaths. Among them were 2 employees of Boeing, the manufacturer of the plane.
At this point, we don't have any indication as to what the cause was of this. We won't be able to release that information, and we don't have an ability to get that anytime soon. Right now, we're going to stand up an interim safety board to do the initial gathering of the facts, and that will then lead to a safety investigation board, which will look into those root causes.
Edwards Air Force Base is used as a testing site for Air Force planes as well as other aircraft because of its long runways. The B-52 is one of the Air Force's oldest aircrafts and can carry as much as 70,000 pounds of bombs and munitions. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, Saudi Arabia have begun their World Cup campaign with a 1-1 draw against Uruguay. Abdallah Al-Emri's opener for the Kingdom was cancelled out by Max Araújo's in the game where both sides profited from goalkeeping errors. Now, for more on this, I'm joined by Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray here in the studio. Sam, it's good to have you. I was pleasantly surprised, is what I will say, last night. Saudi Arabia came away with that 1-1 draw against Uruguay. Given the quality of the opposition, some impressive saves from Saudi in the first half. I got to be honest, I fell asleep at that point of the game. But anyway, some really good domination, some really good possession of the ball in the first half as well. All that surely pitches Saudi up the ranks in their group now.
Yeah, I mean, it was early hours in the morning for us here, so it was hard to stay awake watching that game. But amazing start for the Green Falcons. I know the crowds just erupted in jubilation, anyone who was wearing a green shirt in the stadium yesterday evening. 1-1, probably now, in hindsight, Saudi fans will think, well, it could have been a win, given that goal entered the net by Uruguay in the 80th minute. But Mohamed Al-Awaz, the goalkeeper for Saudi Arabia, made 9 saves. He was just on incredible form, and unfortunately that goal came in the second half. But yeah, as you said, Saudi, they controlled possession, they defensively showed great discipline. So they've really placed themselves in a strong position in Group H, and given what's gone on, it's really exciting. And this is the kind of drama that we see in a World Cup, and why it draws so much attention and gets us really on the edge of our seats. I think it gives the squad belief, because now they're not just an emerging squad, they've actually shown they can contend against some really dominant players and against a strong side. And where other countries might have seen them fall short here and not necessarily draw and take that point forward, they've done the complete opposite, and they've shown how strong they are. So it brings to the conversation Saudi Arabia as a force in international football. Which I think is very impressive, and I think given the group and how tricky that group is, and with Spain in there as well, this could shape up to be a really impressive group. It should have been a 1-0 win last night. Should have been. That's okay. Taking us to the controversy side, because we can't have World Cup without a little bit of controversy. Iran's players have been complaining they've been treated differently, including reports that they've been forced to leave the United States immediately after each group match and then travel back in again. How difficult is it for them to focus on football? Because politics is following this team around the US and even Mexico where they're playing. Look, sport and politics have often intersected throughout history, but as a player, as an athlete, it's not what you expect. And these players will have trained for the World Cup, massive opportunity for them, loads of pressure, and they're finding themselves having to fly in and out of the US for their group matches. And when you think about just travelling yourself on a 3-hour flight, it's exhausting, even if you're about to head off on holiday, that kind of thing. And the Iranian head coach, Amir Galanoy, has said that the team feels oppressed. They're the most oppressed team in this World Cup. FIFA President Gianni Infantino went into the dressing room after the game, where in spite of this this oppression for Iran. They drew 2-2 with New Zealand. I found it actually that really impressive from an athlete perspective. Going into your World Cup group stage, you're 2-0 down, you're in the middle of a war with the host country, you're having to fly in on the same day that you play. Really tough circumstances, and yet Iran in the second half scored 2 goals. So I think it shows the passion, shows how good Iran are at football, first of all, but it shows grit and determination, and propels this conversation of Iran also into football, which is not what the players necessarily want the attention to be on. We should be here talking about how those 2 goals were made, right?
Absolutely,
but we're not. We're talking about politics, and sport here is drawn into the wider geopolitical conversation. Iran did have that demonstration in Turkey, where they had their friendly with Nigeria, where they held the school bags, pink and purple school bags of the lives, the girls who were killed by a supposed US missile that was wrongly aimed. That was in Minab. So that was their sign of protest. So it's all over this team. Mehdi Taremi, the captain of Iran and their star striker, has called out to FIFA to ask to help them not have this challenge of flying in and out.
Yeah.
However, they are back in Mexico at their holding base. They are going to be flying in and out. You expose yourself to so many viruses and bacteria and infections at airports. It's less than ideal for the side.
Yeah, and no rest time as well, which is what the team are saying. They're getting no downtime. They've got no day off, so to speak. There are a lot of great stories, a lot of wonderful stories. I guess every World Cup there's an unexpected hero that shines through. And I feel like we're very early days, but I think we've already found one. Cape Verde, they didn't beat Spain, but their goalkeeper has become pretty much the story of the tournament. And like I said, we're only a few days in, but his performance earned him hundreds of thousands of new followers on social media. I mean, this is kind of what makes World Cup so special, taking somebody who was virtually a nobody at the very start of this tournament, and within a couple of days, catapulting them into this massive starlight and stardom. It's incredible.
Yeah, Cape Verde and Spain, draw. Not what we expected. You'd think Spain, one of the strongest nations in this World Cup,
Absolutely.
tipped to win. They would just wipe out Cape Verde, but no. Vozina, 40 years old. I mean, what is age in the game of sport anymore? Who knows? But plays in the second division in Portugal, but made 7 saves from Spain and has completely transformed his career. And for anyone looking for a goalkeeper, his contract is up this summer in Portugal, so I'll probably have some exciting bids coming his way. But he's gone from 50,000 followers to, when I last checked before coming on air live with you, it's at 8.2 million.
8.2 million. It went up to over a million at half-time of that game.
Yeah.
And now he's gone up to 8 million. This guy's become a sensation overnight, which is incredible.
Absolutely. He must be the goalkeeper influencer of the world right now.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Spain, you've got Yamal, Williams, Torres, Rodri, Podri, these players. And Cape Verde, 10 small islands make up Cape Verde, about 500,000 in population, and they managed 90 minutes holding off Spain, and that means Group H, everyone has 1 point, including Saudi Arabia and Uruguay. So it's a really interesting start to the tournament for that group.
There is, in fact, so much more that we wanted to get to, Sam, as well, and we didn't get time. We're going to have to get you back in again every day, I think, to go through,
Absolutely.
because this World Cup is evolving. There's so many great stories every single day. Samantha Murray, thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
You.
A reminder of our top stories this evening. Trump says the Iran deal makes it loud and clear that Tehran will not be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, as Arabiya English sources exclusively reveal details of the interim deal. President Zelensky joins world leaders at the start of the G7 summit in France for talks on the Russia-Ukraine war. And Saudi Arabia have begun their World Cup campaign with a 1-1 draw against Uruguay. And that's all from us on W News. But don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye for now.
Our allies
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, it's been a decade since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030, and since then, the kingdom's economy has been transformed and diversified considerably beyond oil. Well, much of the focus has been on young Saudis, those entering the workforce today, as well as the workforce of tomorrow. Well, under the slogan, "Our youth is our wealth," the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development is overseeing more than 20 initiatives aimed at boosting skills, employment and civic participation amongst the Saudi youth. Well, let's find out more now about how younger Saudis, and in particular, in this particular case, a young Saudi business owner, is experiencing the benefits of Vision 2030. We are joined here in the studio by architect Abdelaziz Al-Tayash, who is the CEO and the founder of A1 Architects, which is a Riyadh-based architecture firm. Thank you so much for coming to see us.
My pleasure.
Your business was founded in 2018, so that's 2 years after the unveiling of Vision 2030. You do interiors as well as exteriors. Tell us about A1 Architects and how your company came to be.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's such a pleasure. For A1 Architects, as 2018, we started as a philosophy that we want to go into like a global standard. So in 2018, there is also a program under the 2030 vision. It's called like the quality of life. So we want to like elevating this practice, what we call like engineering offices, into something that can combine culture and identity of Saudi Arabia, and that can deliver also the experience. Because in 2018, as you said, the vision is like started. It was like the new trend, and like it's not about just Saudis people talking about it. It's like international thing was. So my belief was to transform this practice into something that we can elevate into like worldwide. So and that practice, when we say we as A1 Architects want to like redesign the experience of the architectural part as Saudi into something that they can feel as a lifestyle. So yeah, in A1 Architects we try to also merge this experience and services into something more and beyond that. It will be like embedded in the client's lifestyle.
Okay. And then I was just reading that under the umbrella of A1 Architects, there's another brand, Zaza Maison.
Exactly.
How does that fit in?
So, while practicing the like architectural practice, it's usually have the full journey of you start with the architectural design, then you go to the interior, then you go to like it's getting smaller and smaller into the details. So according also to the Vision 2030, it's not changing just the market, it's also changing the clientele. So when we talking about the clients in Saudi Arabia, it's about the client now. It's understanding more about the quality of the architecture itself. He wants to elevate his lifestyle, his experience. So in the market of the furniture and interior design, we couldn't find something competing the international platform as a Saudi identity that shows the Saudi identity and into the global platform. So we create Zaza Maison as a design house that can transform this identity and this heritage and this culture into something tangible that international client can also feel and understand the aesthetic of the Saudi Arabia.
It sounds like you got a lot of media coverage when you participated at the Salone del Mobile event in Milan. That was last month, wasn't it? Why was that such a success?
The success for me, it is about that a piece or like an architectural design can be like in Milan or in Paris or in London and can be recognized also as a valuable piece, just not about the origin, but it's about the quality and the credibility that this piece can deliver to like international visitor.
Okay. Yeah. Congratulations for that. Tell us about some of the big projects you've worked on up until this point and what you've got in the pipeline.
Okay, so usually in A1 Architects we focus in the residential sector. So our clientele is more about like Royal Highness, VIP clients. So we not the company that having like 80 projects in a year, but we are very curated to have this project to be not just in our media, but it should be like in the international magazine, because what it can help to the cultural and identity of the Saudi Arabia.
So your policy is more about quality than quantity.
Exactly, and transforming this cultural and lifestyle into something that cannot be held in the just 5 years. It should be like in the upcoming 30 years, it can be significant in the market.
Okay, tell us about the partnerships you've had. Some have been quite successful, haven't
they? In the architectural field, we was doing a great partnership in Scotland and in the UK. So we have a small program that we started in 2020 is to train our team to have this experience abroad in the international market. So we have this workshop in Edinburgh in Scotland, and from that we create great friends and great partners, and we are lucky now to have great fellows that in Scotland with the ADP, that also an architectural firm. So usually we like combined our experience together. It's like a cultural exchange to elevate our local and international project.
Okay, well, that's exciting. I want to ask you, though, as a business owner who's witnessed the transformation of the business landscape here in Saudi Arabia, thanks to Vision 2030, which is now a decade old. I mean, how much has it changed, do you think, compared to, say, your father's day?
Yeah, so according to my generation, that they witnessed before the 2030 and after the 2030. So usually when we like graduate from college, it's about having like a secure path and as a career. So what we witness now is like 50 or more than 50% of the graduated students have their own business. They want to be like leader, founder, and to invest in this in their vision. So and that not just about the business and the founder. It's about also the client. They don't satisfied about just getting the service. They want an experience that can give them the full expectation according to the, or also matching the vision of the 2030.
But for you as a younger Saudi person, you're younger than I am, how do you feel like Vision 2030 has impacted you?
To be honest, we was lucky as a generation that we was experienced the market and it's like in the peak. So as Vision 2030, it's like open up like gates to younger Saudis to open like an international, how can I say it? It's like international gateways to our business into like an international platform that.
So you feel more connected to the rest of the global economy.
Exactly, and this it's not about open opportunity. It's like changing the psychology of the Saudi youth. Like it's changing the mindset that it will be good in the local market, but also they have the ambition is to go furthermore into not about just being there, no, but they want like elevating the quality of the standard that they have in their business.
So you think overall it sort of broadened the horizons of the average young Saudi person?
It is, yeah, because for my opinion, especially in the architecture, for my side, I didn't love how people understand architecture. It's like a building and drawing and etc. It's like you have like a tool that can carry a message that show the people what your identity, what your culture it is through your work. And that one of the things that we experience at Salone del Mobile in Milan.
Okay, so and you were able to bring talent into Saudi Arabia to see your work, and you're also making your work visibly into.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. How attractive do you think the Saudi market is today compared to before for people who want to enter the market, for people who want to invest in the market?
Yeah. So according to the standard of the Saudi market, it's impact like different sectors. It's not about just the infrastructure. It's giving like the tourism, the public spaces. I'm talking about my experience and also the architectural part. Also, the bigger company want to try something new, combine our lifestyle and our culture into something that they have through their experience. It's not like international market that without an identity or without like a rooted project that coming from a Saudi designer itself.
Okay, and just to sort of wrap up this conversation, I mean, what are your ambitions? How would you like to see A1 Architects expand? Because you still have quite a lot of career ahead of you.
Yeah, thank you. It is, for my opinion, I want to see like the architectural trend or the Saudi architectural style to be like presence in the global platform. And we always see like the Roman classic, and we want like the Najdi style to be like the contemporary Najdi style to be like not just in the local project. I want it to be like internationally mentioned as a style that even a foreign can use it as its own in their own projects. So that's according to A1 Architects. And through Zaza, you know, like thanks for the Minister of Culture and the Royal Commission giving the importance in the art sector. So when we now thinking about the culture, it's about everything. It's like in the lifestyle, in the project, the government project, the private project. It's like embedded now. It's you can feel it. Rather than like the previous project, it was like international style. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great talking to you. We're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Abdulaziz Al Tayesh, the CEO and founder of A1 Architects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News. where the world talks.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي. شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه. حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقربك عم بيحلى. عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دللو وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعلو. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but you know, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would you know, bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, and that's, you know, then that was like kind of the inspiration to I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. Yeah, that's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj, do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, you know, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and the comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. Of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Oh my God, the generosity of Hayil's people is unbelievable. How generous the people of Hayil are. Oh Lord, truly, one feels humble.
A person might think they are kind and generous, but when they meet them, they realize they're only a fraction of their goodness and generosity. I swear, this is the truth.
Our journey through Saudi Arabia continues, and this time it takes us to the northwest. Today's city has been historically home to the tribes of Udayd Tamad and Iram, followed by the Tay and Abbasids. Geographically, it contains the two largest mountains, Ajay and Salma, as well as the Great Nafud Desert. Regionally, it is the 7th largest region in Saudi Arabia. Its climate is mild in summer and cold in winter. Welcome to the Bride of the North and its gateway, Hayil. They say if you truly want to know a city, you must walk its streets, talk to its people, and eat their local food. Like today, we started our journey at the markets. This market opens at 8:00 a.m. and closes near noon, then reopens in the afternoon. Here we have the famous bars and market, offering women's clothing, gold, fabrics, and everything men and women need. On the left is the traditional market, filled with traditional sweets, aromatic herbs, many local products, and the famous spices of Hayil. Let's explore and pick up some souvenirs. Look at this. This traditional ghee is still sold in the same old leather container. What is this amazing smell? It's wonderful. Is this Hayili Klaija? What makes it special? The date filling is perfect. This is the dough. It's slightly soft. Nice. It's rich and delicious. It's very soft. More like bread than a cookie. I expected it to be a bit stiff. It's wonderful. The smell of happiness and the taste of joy. Thank you, Mother Bader. With just a short walk, you can move from the traditional market to the heart of bars and markets, the most important commercial area in Hayil. Although the city has major shopping malls featuring international brands, this market holds great significance. It is distinguished by being suitable for women, men, and children. There is no bride in Hayil who doesn't get her wedding trousseau from this market, because it has dresses and the distinctive gold, which we will now discover. Imagine how one can wear the traditional rash gold adornment. I experienced that myself 17 years ago. But honestly, I don't even know what came over me. I sold it thinking I wanted new styles, especially since this is something you wear only once in a lifetime at weddings and special occasions. Now, after all these years, I admit I was foolish. A woman should never let go of her wedding jewelry or bridal set, unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? On the contrary, what you said is logical and absolutely right. Though it's both beauty and treasure, gold is known to be both beauty and treasure. That's what we used to call rash gold adornment. We woke up, had coffee, and went to the traditional market. I became a true Shamari, Hayil lady just the way you like it, to help you understand the customs, traditions, and roots of the Hayil households, and how life used to be. I invite you to Hayr al-Surur. Hayr al-Surur is a private farm that has been transformed into a heritage site by Mr. Mutlaq that tells the stories of the traditional Hayil house. And in a way, leaves a very special place. More details will be shared by Father of Mushil.
Have a blessed visit.
Wow, I've been certified as one of them.
Have a blessed visit. Welcome and greetings.
This is a private farm that has been transformed into an authentic, carefully crafted. Why?
This heritage project was created by Mr. Mutlaq Abu Nasser. It aims to revive the heritage of our fathers and grandfathers while preserving their legacy. Therefore, we have recreated everything that once existed in a single village. It includes schools. This is the mother, the lady of the house. This is our mother's kitchen. It includes all traditional arts and daily life scenes. We are now in Al-Buzai neighborhood.
What is it?
Al-Buzai neighborhood includes several families living as cooperative neighbors, helping one another, and often going out together into the desert. In other words, this neighborhood contains those families.
It resembles what we now call a compound.
Yes, exactly. Here are the children, boys riding bicycles, and girls playing Al-Hada. Do you know it?
I think they throw a stone, and then you have to jump over it.
This is the one waiting for the questions. When this ends, this is a mother. She has just come from the market, bringing necessities and items. Perhaps she has a celebration tomorrow or other plans. She has brought a few things for her home. Beautiful. Of course, this is the neighborhood. This is one family's house. This is another family's house. And another one there. This is the neighborhood we call the neighborhood.
This is where the elderly man sits. Or let's say the neighborhood supervisor. Or at the time, the mayor. Don't you have a mayor? In the past, the elder used to take that role.
They sit here to bask in the sun during winter.
To get their vitamin D.
Yes, they get vitamin D for free.
How wonderful. Free of charge. Such an expensive embodiment. Why, dear people? Is the entrance free? It requires maintenance, restoration, and care.
I want to tell you something. Please. Don't let material concerns cross your mind. We pay the expenses out of our own pockets to bring happiness to people. Through this, we have built friendships and relationships with people inside the region, from outside the region, and even from beyond the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
This is the bride's room. It's fully prepared and complete, with stories that must be told. Here the wedding or the marriage contract takes place on the same night as the wedding, not a week before. The groom arrives accompanied by his relatives, and the mosque's imam officiates and writes the marriage contract. They gather here, and sometimes embarrassing situations happen, and expensive requests are made, but the groom barely has the chance to speak or refuse anything. Another beautiful tradition found in Hayil weddings is that everyone borrows mirrors from neighbors or nearby markets just to decorate the room for the wedding night. This is considered one of the most important preparations, along with perfumes, accessories, The bride's trousseau stored in a box, and the groom's clothes. Our historical fort lies in the heart of the city of Hayil. It was built at the beginning of the 13th Hijri century for protection, fortification, and to monitor the trade route of merchants who visited Hayil long ago. It boasts a very distinctive view. You can see the city, the farms, and enjoy the most beautiful panoramas. From a fortification standpoint, it contains 30 watchtowers, and its elevation is around 650 meters. This cannon was not originally for defense. Until quite recently, about 18 years ago, it was still in use. It was fired to announce the beginning of Ramadan, the sighting of the moon, holidays, and official occasions. Hello! We have finished the protection part and moved on to the second part of the fort, which is considered one of its most important areas. Here the leaders and dignitaries used to fortify themselves in this part of the fort. As you can see, the wooden doors remain as they were. The tower behind me, or the minaret, consists of 3 floors and offers the highest vantage point for surveillance. You will find many details preserved just as they were in the past. Reflecting the strength and importance of the fortress, it's truly impressive. If you are lovers of scenic views, unfortunately, time won't allow me to go there. But if you look over there in the distance, you'll see a viewpoint called Al Samra. It has a cafe, a park, and playgrounds for children. I highly recommend visiting it if you come to Hayil. I'll continue the journey with you in my own way. Every detail is unforgettable. Is it possible, my friends, to fall in love with the city from the very first day of visiting it? That's exactly what I felt in Hayil. From the moment I entered the town, I was welcomed with generosity, hospitality, kind words, and warm expression like Yabad Hayit, a phrase that brings life back to the soul. Yabad Hayit is a famous expression, here, symbolizing affection. It was uttered by the daughter of Hatim Altai when she was told that her brother Adi had gone to Baghdad in Iraq. It's similar to how people in the Levant say Taborni, but this is how it's said in Saudi Arabia. I fell in love with Hayil, its cool breeze and the aroma of coffee. Our journey will continue tomorrow with Where To, and we'll discover more and more of Hayil.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Counterpoints always brings you diverse perspectives, and this week we have an episode coming to you from Minsk in Belarus. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and I sat down with the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. In this exclusive and wide-ranging interview, we discussed the wars in Ukraine and Iran, thawing of tensions with the US, nuclear disarmament, and the burgeoning partnerships with Gulf states. President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. It's a pleasure to have this time with you.
Очень приятно.
President, we are meeting here in Minsk during what is a very unstable time in our global world. There are more global conflicts now than at any time since World War II. Do you consider yourself an optimist or a pessimist about the world that we currently live in, sir?
50-50. Сейчас ситуация такая, но я...
It's very nice to hear that it's 50-50. That's how the situation looks at the moment. But I would like to remain optimistic. You and I, and all of us, want to live good, normal lives in a calm country, as Belarus is. And I believe Australia, where most people live and work, is also a very nice place. As for New Zealand, I have never visited this country, but I believe it is very similar to Belarus. We all want to live in peace, in a good world, in a good country where, as you rightly said, people can work and still have time to rest.
Unfortunately, for where our network is coming to our audience from, Al Arabiya, we're based in Riyadh. We live in an unstable region at this point in time. You yourself are in an unstable region. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 4 years, and it seems like there's not a huge hope in sight at present for peace. What do you think is preventing a peace deal, and what does a lasting peace look like for your region?
Ну, вы знаете, у нас очень точно и правильно говорят, что надежда умирает последней.
Well, you know, we usually say that hope dies last, and we never lose hope. And you are right to note that we are living now in regions that are probably the most dangerous in the world, where wars are taking place. So sometimes all you can do is hope, simply hope. And the hope for peace is always present. It's a classic idea, and not just a classic because it is a rule. There is always hope for peace. We always hope for peace. Our history proves that. Unlike your homeland, we have always lived here in this pot, and it has been boiling all the time at the crossroads of Asia and Europe. All of the most tragic wars and conflicts have occurred right here. We have taken part in wars that were not ours, but they were fought on our territory. And Australia, as we say, is at the end of the planet as we see it. It has always been calm, although that is only relatively true. Of course, something is always happening everywhere. Maybe not worse, but you certainly have some natural disasters that you know quite well compared to us. The world is unstable now, and it is because of people. It is not God who gave us these wars. It is we who have entered them. That is why we need to think how to stop these wars. And of course, what lies behind your question, not only the question of hope, but also whether we can stop these wars, especially here in our region, and not only in our region, but in yours as well, in the Middle East. I believe that we have this opportunity. It is very, very possible, even more possible now than it was before. And it depends on the will of a few people. And if that will and desire exists, these wars can be ended this year. And even the conflict between Russia and Ukraine can be ended this year. And if we speak about the Middle East, there are no other options. There are no other options for stopping the war. The war will be stopped this year, I hope even sooner, especially the tensions between the United States of America and Iran. But I do not believe that this is a war between the Americans and the Iranians. It is a war between Israel and Iran, into which the Americans became involved because of the position and policies of certain leaders in the United States of America. But the reality is, this war is going to stop. And I know the stance of the President of the United States of America, who carries a great deal of weight in this confrontation. He is focused on bringing this war to an end. And I would like to highlight once again that there is no other way out, no other solution. And this is what makes the conflict around the Strait of Hormuz different to the conflict in Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine is a much more difficult one. So the circumstances themselves make it necessary for the leadership of America to stop their military pressure on Iran. And Israel's actions will depend on the stance of the United States of America. That's why this year, I believe these conflicts can be stopped. And it's not a hope, I'm sure they will be stopped.
You've raised the conflict in Iran, so perhaps I'll jump to that and we can get into that more deeply, and then we can return to Ukraine. Because I feel like you're saying there that you think that the US can stop the conflict with Iran. Do you think the US can make Israel stop its aggression as well? Does Donald Trump have that power?
Of course it can, and some recent developments do support that. You know, there has been a conflict between Trump and Netanyahu in the media, where Trump, in his own manner, said that Netanyahu was still attacking Lebanon. But one of Iran's conditions was that Lebanon should not be attacked while efforts to reach an agreement were underway. And Trump, in his own manner, stepped in when military actions were taking place in Lebanon. And when Trump took notice of that, something happened. They managed to stop the conflict. And that proved that Israel is fully dependent on the United States of America. And Donald Trump was right when he said that if Israel did not listen to him, it would be left alone. And Israel is afraid of that because it is located not far from Iran, and Iran has all of the capabilities and means to strike Israel. And if there are no American missiles in Israel used by Israel, then that defense system will be broken, and they will see and experience things they would never want to experience. So recent actions and recent developments do prove that Israel is dependent on the United States of America. And that is understandable even without these recent developments. Israel is not a country with colossal resources compared to, for example, with Russia in the conflict with Ukraine. That would allow it to wage war with Iran, especially taking into account that Israel is surrounded by the Muslim world. Yes, it is. The peoples are different, and they cannot come to unity in that region. But I always say war is unpredictable. It can lead to situations that could have never have been predicted. So Israel must be a little more careful. They already have a bad reputation in the world because of the bombing of Gaza. It is a Holocaust. Why do we speak about the Holocaust suffered by the Israelis while they themselves have killed so many people? Women, and above all children, have died in the Gaza Strip. It was simply wiped off the face of the earth. And they are trying to build a resort on the land where these people were killed. So we say that Israel has to start thinking about its future, because otherwise, even nuclear weapons will not help them. And why does Iran need nuclear weapons? If we look at it from the point of view of justice, the United States of America does have nuclear weapons, of course, the most powerful weapons. They have had them for a long time, and yet Israel remains quiet about owning nuclear weapons. So people can ask, why can't we have nuclear weapons as well? Especially when there are countries, such as India and Pakistan, which are nuclear states. Why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? If we look at this from the point of view of justice, then let us get rid of all of the nuclear weapons in the world, but slowly. And if it is a deterrence factor, a factor that prevents anyone from attacking your country when you possess nuclear weapons, then Iran and other countries have the right to own nuclear weapons in order to protect themselves. That is if we are talking about the nuclear issue. And if we talk about the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, I do not think the Iranians want to stop everything in the Strait. It is not in their interest. Because if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, the wealthy Gulf countries will find another way. They will simply build pipelines through Oman to the Indian Ocean and then use the Indian Ocean to load their tankers and so on. So this is not in Iran's interest. They want compensation for the aggression that was carried out against their country, and we do understand them. So Israel and the United States of America, the countries that attacked Iran, need to start thinking about compensating for the damage. There are many challenges that need to be addressed, and they can only be resolved at the negotiating table. There is no military solution for either of these conflicts. Not in Ukraine and not in the Middle East. There is no military solution to either situation. So we need to keep cool heads and understand that a lot of innocent people are going to die.
You raised the nuclear issue there, and this has obviously been a prominent factor, not just in the start of this particular conflict, but in a deal to end it as well. Despite the US efforts, do you think that this conflict has encouraged rather than deterred more countries to seek nuclear weapons or to seek a nuclear umbrella?
Well, yes, a lot of countries talk about this openly, but this is a road to nowhere, a road to destruction. Because if you have a gun, it may not be used for some time. Guns are made to shoot. Sooner or later, they will be used. So that is why we are talking about it. Nuclear weapons are a deterrence factor, and probably the situation you have described is true today, although I have not studied the topic in great detail. But the countries of the world, all countries of the world, should not have nuclear weapons because this is a road to nowhere. The world could simply cease to exist one day. This is why I do not support all countries possessing nuclear weapons. I am in favour of disarmament, nuclear disarmament, by all parties. Russia, India, Pakistan and the United States of America, and all other countries. It should apply to everyone. So, bombing Iran will not stop the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran. On the contrary, it may even encourage them to pursue them. If we look deeper into the conflict, there are many reasons behind it. And one of the mistakes by the United States of America and Israel is that they have united what was previously a quiet, fragmented Iranian society. Iranian society was not as united before as it is now, and that is a mistake. And I am sure that the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran, if it had existed, will continue. Because the other mistake, the second mistake by the Americans, was not agreeing to a proposal that, according to information I received from media sources, Iran had made. Iran offered to transfer the nuclear materials used for producing weapons to China and Russia. So why did the Americans not agree to Iran transferring this enriched uranium to China? Why did they not agree on that? Because China is a nuclear power, it produces nuclear fuel, and no one forbids China from doing so. They could have done it. Would it have given China such a great advantage? Because China does not have as many nuclear missiles as Russia and the United States of America. So, perhaps it should have been transferred to China, where it would have been under control. I can give you an example from Belarus. Belarus possesses nuclear material, but it is under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency. We agreed to this arrangement some time ago. As a result, the international community does not object to the fact that Belarus possesses these materials, because they are under the international oversight and control, and there has been no serious concerns about that. The IAEA controls it, and the same could have happened with China. If that enriched uranium or polonium could have contributed to the production of new missiles in China, well, an additional 10 missiles would not have been a problem. But the Americans were very stubborn. They simply said no. Why? Why would you take it to China? Because it is our main rival? And yes, we acknowledge that fact. China is a rival, and it is developing at a much faster pace than the United States of America. Iran could have transferred the material to China. Iran is not going to give it to the United States of America. Never. That is based on politics and ideology. How can they give these materials to what they see as the aggressor? That is why I believe that these relatively minor issues were what prevented a resolution in the conflict. And it is the Israelis and the Americans who are to blame for that. I think they will find a solution. I think they will resolve the issue because they have no other way out. Otherwise, the Americans will turn another region into a rival rather than an ally. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE are all in favor of stopping this war and to start normal relations. All of the above mentioned countries, perhaps plus one or two others, have told Trump that. They have said to him, "We do not want a war there, and you know why." So the circumstances are pushing Americans towards a diplomatic solution to stop the war.
You say that the US should have accepted particular terms to make a deal earlier, but President Trump has accused Iran of taking too long to agree to a deal. Do you think Iran has dragged its feet? Should they be faster to come back to the negotiating table and agree to a deal with the US?
First of all, it should have happened faster. To use your terminology, the United States should have acted more quickly. And there should have been less talk and less advice from its advisors. There should have been action. In this case, much depends not on Iran, but on the United States. To be objective, we should say that Iran is working with its allies, Russia and China, and they are trying to persuade Iran to make a deal and stop this conflict. And this conflict, in comparison with the conflict in Ukraine, influences the economy, and the economy of ordinary people, the economy of entire countries. Iran is simply responding and reacting to the actions of the United States, which is prolonging this conflict. And the Iranian authorities are doing the same as the Americans. That is what we see on the surface. But we do not see the deeper reasons, because they may be different forces and tendencies beneath it. In the United States, something can be said in the morning, and something completely different can be said in the evening. This is why it is so difficult to understand what is really going on. I would like to propose to analyze the objective reasons which influence the conflicting parties, the United States, Israel and Iran. But objective reasons push to the end of this conflict.
The Middle East is certainly experiencing a considerable reorientation as a result. You talked about the Gulf states who have been trying to lobby for an end to this war. Iran regularly targeted US allies during this conflict. Do you think that Iran's actions have raised questions about their willingness for peace in the Middle East? And do you think it's raised questions about the US's ability to defend their allies in the Middle East?
You are putting emphasis in the right places. Yes, Russia and China are encouraging Iran, as is India, to stop this conflict. Pakistan, by the way, has also held negotiations, and they are encouraging Iran in a friendly way to make a deal. On the other hand, as I've already mentioned, and as I know for sure, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Bahrain and the UAE, and all of the Gulf states have told Trump they want this conflict to be resolved diplomatically. These are wealthy and influential countries. With Iran, they have some serious disagreements, and of course they are not friends. But the authorities of the United Arab Emirates actually told the United States and Trump that it is necessary to negotiate and to stop this war. And it is clear why. This is why they are allies of the United States and indirectly of Israel, but primarily the United States. Muslim countries have never been allies of Israel, but because they host American military bases on their territory, they are allies of the United States. So the parties to this conflict are being pushed by different countries to stop this war. But Iran has attacked United States military bases located in the Persian Gulf, in Arab countries. So from Iran's point of view, they are acting appropriately because this is a war. And drones launched by Iran sometimes also strike residential areas where civilians live. But this is one of the drawbacks of these drones. It can also be the result of signal jamming and other technical factors. There are different reasons why drones end up striking areas that were not their intended targets. We see the same situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. These are also parties to the conflict, but drones also enter airspace of the Republic of Belarus. One drone from Ukraine actually entered Belarusian airspace and exploded here. So the same happens in the Middle East. Iran attacks military bases of the United States because, from Iran's point of view, the United States is the aggressor that attacked Iran. That is why, from their point of view, there is a certain logic to it. So yes, on the one hand, there is Israel and the United States, and on the other hand, there is Iran, and they are in conflict. At the same time, they are being pushed by other countries towards a peaceful solution. As you mentioned, peace is being reshaped in the Middle East. I think this is a temporary phenomenon, to some extent, but the situation will never be the same as it was before. It is being reshaped. The world will never be the same as it was before this conflict. So when we start a conflict, we should always think about the aftermath. For example, the United States attacked Iran, and what was the result? None of the problems that were raised were resolved. None of the goals of the United States sought to achieve were accomplished. On the contrary, the opposite happened. That is why, whenever you intervene in the affairs of another country or attack another country, you should think about the consequences and the outcome. Iran cannot be defeated. You can destroy certain things in Iran, and there could be a ground operation, but the United States will never launch a large-scale ground operation or even a limited one, because it could result in thousands of American soldiers being killed, and America could not withstand that, given the situation that is unfolding in the United States today, the opposition to the authorities and the ruling Republican Party.
So do you think that the US made a fundamental miscalculation in this conflict?
It is a fatal miscalculation. It is a fatal error of the United States. They shouldn't have done that.
Do you think the US did it of their own volition, or were they coerced, to say the least, by an ally?
Well, look, Israel actually got United States involved in this war. I know. I do not know whether that is a minor point or a major one. Time will tell. But the United States is not the kind of country that can be dragged into a war by a third party. So if the United States did not want to get involved, it would have not become involved. They think they can solve any problem through military operations. But it is not like that. So yes, Israel provoked the United States. The Israel lobby in the US, the Jewish lobby, is very strong in the United States. They are rich and powerful people in the United States, and they do have influence. But you are the president. You have national security advisors, the Department of Defense, the State Department, and other institutions. They should also have advised something more reasonable. The United States is not a country that lacks influence. That is why Israel could not simply draw this powerful country, the United States, into the conflict. The Americans wanted to become involved in this war.
Belarus has found itself in the media a lot these past few weeks, primarily because Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that Russia is planning to launch a new offensive on Ukraine from Belarus. Has President Putin raised this prospect with you? Is he pushing to open a new front from Belarus?
Да, мы такую проблему обсуждали, но только не в том ключе.
Yes, we discussed the issue with Putin, but not in the way the mass media discuss it. We often spoke with President Putin about the fact that it is inadmissible for the war in Ukraine to spill over into Belarus. First and foremost, Belarus, we do not want to enter the war. Belarus is vulnerable from a military point of view if Ukraine starts attacking Belarus as it attacks Russia. Because from this perspective of the Ukrainian armed forces, Belarus is within immediate reach. And we understand that all of our logistics and production facilities could come under attack. And by the way, Ukraine has stated that it already has 500 targets in the territory of Belarus. Belarusians do not want war, because Belarusians suffered greatly in previous wars. Many civilians were killed. And thirdly, if Russia were to attack Kiev from the territory of Belarus, then the front line for Russia, and consequently for Belarus, would expand by 1,500 kilometers along the Belarusian-Russian and the Belarusian-Ukrainian borders. We cannot protect this part of the border, especially if NATO armed forces, NATO troops, and the countries that support Ukraine were to deploy their troops on Ukrainian territory. Then, this war would become a war between Belarus and Russia on one side and the NATO bloc on the other. I do not exclude the possibility that this could happen, but there are other aspects as well, humanitarian aspects and so on. For example, our families. I received information from the Belarusian intelligence services, which analysed public opinion in Ukraine and the views of Belarusians regarding this conflict. There are many Belarusians who have family members in Ukraine, and there are many Ukrainians living in Belarus with their families. And there are children. Earlier, we did not really have borders, and people crossed them freely without visas. I travel to Ukraine. Even my ancestors have Ukrainian roots. Some of my ancestors lived in the area between Chernihiv and Kiev. And of course, we discussed this issue with Putin, because it was always present in the media environment, and I am sincere about that. I can sincerely say what Putin told me. We understand that the involvement of Belarus in this war, in this conflict, is impossible because it would cause even more damage. So that is the answer to this question. But I would also like to say that the mass media sometimes exaggerate this topic. And Zelensky, in fact, supported that narrative in the media, and he has begun taking actions against Belarus. At first I wondered, why was he doing this? Because I am sure that he receives information from his armed forces that there is no threat from the Republic of Belarus. I am sure that he understands that. But nevertheless, he continues to make these statements. And I think that the West is pushing Zelensky to make these announcements and declarations. Because Zelensky himself never stated that Russia was going to attack from Belarus. There were no such declarations. But the Europeans were very worried about that. And that is why they influenced Zelensky. They said to him, "Why are you remaining silent? We are talking about this danger, and yet you are saying nothing." And that is why he has made these statements and announcements.
So we see President Zelensky fortifying more of Ukraine's northern border. Do you then feel as if perhaps it's more of a show to his Western allies than it is a reaction to a real threat?
Нет, он не стягивает никакие туда ресурсы.
No. He is not fortifying the northern border. First of all, we have noticed that ourselves. On the contrary, when the mass media picked up this story and amplified it to the highest level, the Ukrainian forces that were stationed there, mainly territorial defense forces, meaning local civilians, moved about 40 kilometers away from the border into the rear. And you are saying that he is fortifying the northern border. Even if he wanted to fortify it, he does not have the capability to do so. The West is telling him that he does not need more weapons, he needs more people. He does not have enough personnel on the front line. So how can he fortify the northern border? Where would he get these people from? Because he cannot take them away from the areas where they are fighting now, and those front lines stretch for thousands of kilometers. Donbass, Zaporozhye, the Kharkiv region, or Luhansk. He cannot take forces and personnel away from those areas and deploy them to the northern border. So we understand who is facing us there. They are former mechanics, ordinary people working for the benefit of their country. Many of them are not properly trained to shoot. And we are going to attack them with our professional army? Of course not. So he cannot fortify the northern border. And I believe that even if an offensive had started from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, Ukraine would have little to which respond, apart from UAVs. Of course, drones would attack our civilian locations and our enterprises. Ukraine does not have enough people, and that is what defines the situation this year. Of course, the Russians have sometimes faced manpower shortages, but we believe their situation cannot be compared with that of Ukraine. Yes, they also have shortages, but this is the most important issue in this conflict. People. There are simply no more people.
Does Ukraine have anything to fear from Belarus?
Абсолютно ничего.
Of course not. Nothing is threatening them, and they know that. The military know that, and the civilians know that as well. But for certain political ambitions, the issue has been kept alive.
Do you think NATO is being provocative in that case then? Or maybe the European allies of Ukraine? Are they stirring the pot, do you feel?
Ну, я не скажу, что НАТО заваривает эту кашу.
Well, I would not say that NATO is stirring the pot, but it would be very dangerous for NATO to intervene directly in the conflict in Ukraine, because it could not lead to just a simple escalation. It could provoke a nuclear conflict. And that would mean the end of Europe or even the end of the world. And that is not in the interest of the United States of America either. Even though it is far away from us, the United States is separated from us by an ocean. So it is not in everyone's interest. That is why we do not believe that NATO is actively stirring the pot. Of course, some countries occasionally seem eager to become involved in a small war. Some countries, including our neighbours, are acting inadequately. In our view, they are completely inadequate in their actions. They appear to be counting on the idea that, if a war starts, Germans and French people will fight against Russia. And they, our neighbours, are not going to be on the front line. Of course, that is not going to happen. The Americans are not idiots. They understand that, and the Western countries understand that as well. As we see it, they prefer to fight from behind, from the rear. but nothing can be achieved by that method. Well, some people would like to provoke some kind of NATO involvement, but I do not believe that is the overall position or the stance of the NATO leadership. Of course, you can point to the recent statements of the Big Three, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, and to what they have said, including their list of 5 points for Russia. I have been thinking about those 5 points. The leading European countries are asking Russia to take the most extreme measures, and that is unbelievable. It's not going to happen. And we believe the European countries are now eager to start a dialogue. At the beginning of any dialogue, at the start of negotiations, both sides usually ask for as much as they can get. That gives both sides room to move later. So I believe that this is a position for the start of negotiations. The position of the Russian Federation has also been announced, and they need to sit down at the negotiating table and work through their positions, and they need to compromise. And if we want this war to end, that should happen.
You say there needs to be compromises to bring this war to an end. What does a successful deal look like to your mind, do you think?
Успешная сделка будет только тогда.
Well, a successful agreement can only be achieved when both sides understand how many people have died in this war. Only then can something happen. It is not enough for Putin or the leadership alone to understand that this is already a dead end. Everyone has to understand it. Because the next step is escalation. Horrible escalation. And if everyone understands that, then we can achieve a compromise. What exact steps could be taken to reach that compromise? Well, I do have a position on this, but I do not want to get into it, because these issues will be discussed at the negotiating table. It is not for me to participate there, but for the stakeholders of this conflict. What I do know is we need to use every available opportunity to reach a compromise and to find the truth, a lasting truth.
At the start of the conflict, you predicted a swift victory from Russia, and you were very critical of President Zelensky. You called him a scumbag. But recently you've invited him to a face-to-face meeting to discuss your differences. Do you think you can be a mediating force? And is your desire or your invitation to meet President Zelensky perhaps an acknowledgement that Belarus does see that Ukraine has been successful, or more successful than a lot of countries gave them credit for?
Давай по порядку. Ты 4-5.
Well, let us start from the beginning. You have mentioned 4 or 5 points that I should respond to. First of all, at the beginning of the conflict, and judging by what was happening on the battlefield, not only I, but the whole of the world understood that the war was likely to end quickly with a victory for the Russian Federation. That assessment was connected to the fact that the Russian forces were already near Kiev at the time. They had advanced towards Kiev, especially the forces that entered from the north. They were already in Kiev. And then certain politicians and forces asked Putin to stop the offensive, to move back to Syria and to sign an agreement, a truce. There was an understanding that so many people were dying and that the war, let us be honest with each other, was not going as planned. Putin agreed to that. And he did withdraw his forces from Kiev. That happened. It is a fact. Before that decision, everyone understood that Ukraine only had a few days left. Many believe that it was a mistake by the Russians to withdraw when they were already in Kiev. Well, it is a matter of perception. Some believe it was a mistake. I think it was a step taken by Russia with the aim of restoring peace between the two parties in the conflict. And after the forces were withdrawn, peace did not follow. So judge for yourself who is to blame. But we, and I personally, evaluated the situation based on the objective realities on the front line. If the Russians had not withdrawn their forces, and our military experts think the same, if they had continued their offensive in Kiev, there would have been no Zelensky left, nor anyone else. I do know that certain parties, and perhaps the Vatican, as well as the Israeli intermediaries, were saying they understood Zelensky was going to sign a truce, and that was the basis for my statement. But then the war continued. It is now in its 5th year, and well, no one has achieved all of their aims. But to be fair, the Russians are moving forward and they have been more successful. And if the Russians achieve their goal of encircling the agglomeration, as they call it, and of taking control of part of the Donetsk region, where the Ukrainian forces are currently located, then everything will be at risk for them as well. Because we understand that the majority of the Ukrainian forces are concentrated there in the Donetsk region. That is why they will not have any other chances. They understand that. They have been quite effective in their use of drones. But the Russians have also achieved a high level in countering UAVs and using them in combat. That is why they are not only attacking on the front line. Russia uses missiles and drones across the territory of Ukraine. And Ukrainians attack monuments, residential areas, and oil production facilities across the territory of the Russian Federation. This is war. But if we talk about the front line, the Russians are moving forward, step by step. Slowly, but they are moving forward. And I will speak frankly. Ukrainians are sometimes quite effective in defense, but they are not as effective as the Russians. I'm sorry, but I just have 2 more points to make. Let us talk about my remarks regarding Zelensky. Perhaps I was a little harsh in my words, but they were a response to his statements where he said we have 500 targets inside Belarus. We know where Lukashenko is. Tomorrow we are going to attack them using drones or missiles. I was quiet. I was silent. Everyone was surprised. Why am I silent? I understood. Well, a person is under pressure. He is young. He is inexperienced. He is not a military man. Maybe he didn't understand something. But when I was threatened, I had to respond to that threat. If he still holds some resentment over my words, well, I'm sorry. Perhaps I should not have been so harsh. But he has to understand from my side, from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, military actions are not going to take place. In the first days of the war, I made some proposals to him on how to achieve peace and how to sign a truce. If he had listened to me, we would not be having this conversation now. Where should we stop? Should it be at the front line? Or 13% of the Donbass region be given away? Well, he did not listen to me, and he needs to come back to reality and stick to the facts. He should not provoke me, Belarus, or the Belarusian people, because there are many people in Belarus who want peace, just as he and the Ukrainians do. And as for being an intermediary, I actually dislike that role. Why? Let me explain. When relations between the West and us were at their most difficult stage, there were many people offering to act as intermediaries. And I said, no thank you. We will do it ourselves without intermediaries. That is why I dislike this process of being an intermediary. Look at it from a philosophical point of view. When you place yourself between 2 sides that are like a mill, you can be crushed. We do not have the kind of colossal resources that China has, for example, as it tries to act as an intermediary. We do not want to be intermediaries. We are simply acting as intermediaries. Of course, we are also stakeholders in this situation because the war is taking place on our doorstep. We do not want this war because we could face consequences ourselves and we could suffer as Ukrainians are suffering now. From the beginning, I believed that this conflict should be stopped and that a truce and a peace agreement should be signed between the opposing sides. And only then can we, the 3 brotherly nations and peoples, agreeing among ourselves, we will deal with the consequences. And you will see that neither the Americans, nor the Europeans, nor anyone else is going to help with the restoration, because for them, it is a foreign land. So we need to overcome this conflict. We need to get to the negotiating table. 3 people, Lukashenko, Putin, and Zelensky. We should agree to stop, and we should agree on how we are going to deal with the consequences and how we are going to rebuild everything. We need to make that decision. I proposed this a long time ago, and I still believe the proposal remains relevant. It has not been forgotten, and I believe that Vladimir Zelensky is not a foolish person. I hope that he will understand, put aside any bad memories, set aside his ambitions, and realize that thousands of people have died. Then we can begin to negotiate. We can begin talks. We can discuss how to prevent more people dying in the future, because we have much to restore. And I believe that is going to happen. That has to be done, because we need to bury those who have died. That we must do this.
The Russia-Ukraine war, events in the Middle East, which we have discussed, have prompted many European countries and others to begin expanding their military capabilities, their production, even military service in some places. Do you view this in Europe as purely defensive, or do you think we're witnessing a new arms race in Europe that could target Belarus and Russia?
Это беда. Вот вы правильно характеризовали. Мы тратим сегодня огромные деньги на производство вооружений.
This is actually a bad situation. You use the right words. We are spending so much money on producing arms, an arms race. We need to achieve the truth. And when we do, what happens next? Of course, arms production can be reduced and so on, but what do we do with the industries that have already been transformed? We experienced a similar process in Russia after the dissolution of the USSR. It was known as conversion. After producing tanks and weapons, factories began producing kitchenware and other consumer goods. In reality, that is not a good use for high-tech industrial enterprises. And our enterprises were high-tech. So I am always asking, what is going to happen next? Yes, we have militarized. And of course, the economy is benefiting from that militarization. But we need to look ahead and think about what will happen after we achieve the truth. We will need food products, clothing, civilian vehicles, and everything else that people use, not tanks, aircraft, and weapons. That is the #1 issue that we should not forget about. And if we talk about conscription, mandatory military service, you were right to say that this is probably a situation that is developing in the West, because on our territory, nothing has changed. We do conscript all those eligible based on their age. So this is not a problem for us. There are certain units that are staffed by professional soldiers and contract personnel. I believe that was a wise decision. So we have conscription, but we also have contract service. And some countries have said that they believe they need to conscript people who do not want to serve. That will be a problem in the West. And those who are not currently in the military do not want to join it. They will face this problem. And they will have to change the mindset of the population, and that will be a challenge in the West, in America, and in other Western countries. And the last question was, what is happening in Belarus? Well, it is not a problem for us, as I have already said. Nothing is happening. Nothing is changing. We are simply concerned that the conflict does not escalate and that the war does not spread into the territory of the Republic of Belarus.
И последнее вы спрашиваете, как в Беларуси. Я только что сказал, нас эта проблема не волнует в плане призыва. Нас волнует, чтобы не было эскалации, не было войны на территории Беларуси.
Let's discuss Belarus's relations with the US, because President Trump has certainly been paving the way for better relations with Belarus. We've seen sanction relief in return for the release of prisoners. Do you think the US could pressure other European countries to improve their relations with Belarus if they wanted to?
Если коротко говорить, если американцы захотят надавить, как вы сказали.
Well, to put it briefly, if the Americans want to put pressure on someone or influence decisions of certain countries, of course, they can do so. Some countries are already under their influence, and this has been discussed in the mass media. Well, it is not a particularly important issue for us, but there is the question of American influence on neighbouring countries. We believe it would be helpful if they could assist in normalising relations with our neighbouring countries. We have never refused any kind of help. But I would like you to know that the dialogue is not taking place only with Americans. We are also in close contact with representatives of European countries. Much of this is public. And I must say, the first official contacts we had, surprisingly, were with the United Kingdom around 2 years ago. We discussed many issues, including the conflict in Ukraine. I shared my point of view, and I met with the new leadership of certain agencies and institutions in the United Kingdom. And they told me I was right. But the solution I proposed at the time was not adopted, and the situation has become more complicated. I said then that war is the kind of thing that can lead to completely unpredictable consequences and outcomes. Situations can develop in ways that seem completely illogical. That is why we remain in contact with some of our neighbours, such as Lithuania and Poland. There have been exchanges of people who were accused of espionage or convicted of certain crimes. As you know, before such prisoner exchanges can take place, many leaders have to communicate. Donald Trump was also involved in that negotiation process. So I will tell you sincerely, we started these negotiations with the Americans and we are ready to continue the talks, but as equal partners. We are not here to be dictated to. We are ready to hold talks with Europeans, and we are already talking to them. We are ready for American and European representatives to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation with us. Europeans and Americans now understand that such cooperation should exist, and there are already some small signs of movement in that direction. And we believe that process should continue. And I would like to emphasize once again that we are not negotiating only with the Americans, we are also negotiating with Europeans. And these talks are not just about Americans influencing or putting pressure on Europeans. The philosophy behind this dialogue is simple. All the conflicts and all the issues we are discussing are taking place here, in our common European home. Belarus, France, the United Kingdom. It is all happening here, and we need to solve these problems. And if the Americans can help with that, we would be grateful. But this is our house. These are our rules. That is why it is for us to deal with it. That is why I support Trump's position on Ukraine. Because he says this is happening on your territory, and you should be thinking on how to stop it. You should not be hoping that Americans will come and save you, or simply restore everything to how it was before. And I support the President.
Are there plans for you to meet President Trump on the horizon?
Я это не отрицаю, тем более что...
Well, I'm not denying anything. I was invited to the so-called Peace Summit, and another meeting of that kind is expected to take place in the autumn. I have been invited to that meeting as well, and I do not rule out attending it. But Putin always says that before meeting with someone, especially a head of state, we need to understand what the outcome is going to be. What can we work on in a meeting with Donald Trump that would benefit people? Because our meetings need to produce tangible results. Of course, these will not be colossal agreements of global significance, but they could be agreements based on compromise, aimed at resolving certain issues and problems between our two states in order to improve relations. And we are ready for that. And the Americans are ready for that as well. We are ready for such discussions, and they need to be comprehensive. The issues involved are not limited to prisoners or similar matters. Of course, those are among the easier issues to address. There are embassy-related issues, economic issues, and financial issues. There are many matters that need to be discussed, and they should be addressed at the same time as part of a meeting between two presidents. And even if we do not reach any agreements, there should be at least some ideas for resolving these issues in the future.
When we discuss relations with the West, we need to discuss the fact that in some Western countries, by some Western leaders, your legitimacy as a president is questioned. You've been called a dictator by some leaders. How do you respond to that criticism of your leadership?
Ничего не хочу ответить. Во-первых, меня уже никто не называет диктатором. Это уже время ушло.
I do not have any comments about that. Nobody now calls me a dictator. That time has already passed. No, I do not meet directly with the leaders of the European countries, including the leading nations of Europe, but I remain in contact with them through their representatives or sometimes directly, as in the case of Emmanuel Macron. I am not a dictator because I do not have the power to dictate to anyone. I know where that label came from. Someone used it once and then the mass media spread it. I was called the last dictator in Europe. So if you think that I am the last dictator in Europe, then be happy that you have met the last dictator in Europe, because that would mean there will not be any others. So you will have had that experience in your life. To tell the truth, I'm not concerned about it. You mentioned, for example, President Lukashenko. Some people call me Mr. President. Or Mr. Lukashenko. But there are too many misters, titles, and so on. I am a fairly simple person, and I am not rich enough to be a mister. So I do not have any problem with being called that. A president is someone who makes decisions. And if you believe that I make decisions, then I am the president. You asked for an interview, and I made the decision. Yes, I will speak to you. And it does not matter whether you are from Australia or whether your agency belongs to the Muslim world, with which I have very good relations. I have very good relations with the countries in the Muslim world, and they respect me. And I take those relationships very seriously, and that is why I made this decision. Why do you ask whether we are going to fight against Ukraine? Because you see, I am the commander-in-chief. I am the president, and I make these decisions. And that is why I can answer, no, we are not going to attack anyone, and we are not going to fight. We are only going to defend ourselves, and so on.
Mr. President, your time is very precious. If you will allow me just another couple of last questions. You mentioned your relationship with Gulf countries, so I want to pick up that. Particularly, I know that efforts are underway to expand mutual trade relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to strengthen cooperation in numerous areas. Why does Belarus consider the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia an important partner? And are there any immediate goals that you would like to see Saudi and Belarus achieve together?
Вы знаете, страна, в которой вы...
The country you live and work in, it could be a serious partner for Belarus. What we have in Belarus, Saudi Arabia does not have. And what Saudi Arabia has, we do not have in Belarus. That is why these relations could be excellent. Saudi Arabia is a country with enormous financial resources. But regardless of those resources, there are many things that simply cannot be produced locally in sufficient quantities: food, clothing, and other goods. So if Saudi Arabia invested more in Belarus, and if trade between our two countries increased, then both sides could be more successful. This is especially true in areas such as light industry, including clothing and similar products. Saudi Arabia imports a large amount of goods from abroad. That is an objective reason for expanding trade between our two countries, and we are not making full use of that opportunity. And I cannot boast that we sell a great deal to Saudi Arabia or provide it with many technologies. In humanitarian cooperation, however, we have improved our position with Saudi Arabia. And moreover, as for the countries of the Middle East and the East more broadly, we do not cooperate with Saudi Arabia as closely as we could. Perhaps Saudi Arabia is not very interested, or perhaps it does not currently fall within its scope of its national interests, because we do not possess the resources that would naturally lead to a closer relationship. Recently, we proposed to Saudi Arabia that we make our cooperation more active, from agriculture to humanitarian issues, including education, technology, and other areas. Step by step, we are moving forward. But I should say sincerely that the progress is very slow, and that is not the fault of Belarus. With the United Arab Emirates, Oman, and some of the smaller countries, Bahrain and Kuwait, we have better relations, but they could be even stronger. And now we are planning to move forward in ways that serve both our interests and the interests of Oman. And we are making progress. We have good relations with the United Arab Emirates, and we have had good relations with Iran, and we would like those relations to become even stronger. Of course, we have plans, concrete plans. We have roadmaps for cooperation and interaction. In the near future, once this conflict has ended, we are ready to move forward more actively in this direction. As for relations with countries in the Middle East, we see significant potential for further development. We have already taken steps to strengthen cooperation with Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, particularly in trade, investment, technology, and humanitarian cooperation.
Let's finish on a global perspective. There has been a dramatic shift in the global order. The long-standing, I guess you could say, rules-based order seems to have been shattered. Instead, we see America First policies, we see the rise of countries like China and others in the global south. How is Belarus adapting to this new global realignment? And do you think the world is safer or less stable than it was before?
Мир, к сожалению, не стал безопаснее. Я вначале говорил, что у меня так 50-50, 50 на 50.
Unfortunately, the world has not become safer. At the beginning, when speaking about whether I am optimistic or pessimistic, I said I was 50-50. So no, the world has not become safer. But neither is it a catastrophe. Because if we look at the world realistically, we talk too much. There are too many information wars. And fortunately, these information wars and cyber wars do not always turn into real wars, actual wars. As for the growing role of the Global South and China in the world, that is simply a fact and we should not ignore it. We are fortunate to have good relations with China because, after Russia, it is Belarus's second largest partner. And as I have mentioned in previous interviews, we are also developing cooperation with countries in the Far East and the Global South, particularly in Africa. We are not a large country, but we must clearly understand that, in addition to China, we have good relations with a number of countries. We have good relations with Vietnam, Myanmar, and Indonesia. In fact, I will be visiting Indonesia.
Это как раз страны глобального юга.
And we export our technologies and our products to Indonesia. There is a demand for them there. And we also have good relations with Libya and Egypt in North Africa. We have always maintained good relations with these countries. I can also mention Algeria. And then there is Zimbabwe in southeastern Africa. We have developed good relations there as well. Recently, we held talks with Ghana and reached agreements on a number of contracts aimed at expanding our trade relations. This gives us a presence in West Africa, representing the westernmost point of our engagement on the African continent. Oman is helping us develop relations with countries such as Tanzania and Kenya. So there is no need for us to fundamentally reorient ourselves or rethink our approach. We are fortunate that, sometimes through intuition and sometimes through deliberate policy, we have identified these areas of cooperation. And now it is necessary to make these relationships more active. The attitude towards us in these countries is very positive. We also have good relations with India. At the same time, I cannot say that I am fully satisfied with the current state of those relations, because India has known Belarus since the days of the Soviet Union, and I believe our cooperation could be much stronger. That is why we have been relatively successful in this reorientation, and that is one of the reasons why we have been able to adapt relatively well to the sanctions.
Do you think other countries could maybe learn something from Belarus then with regards to the global realignment?
Мы открыты для этого. Мы для этого открыты. Если мы чего-то умеем...
Yes, we are opening to offering advice and assistance to countries that are interested, and we are ready to provide our expertise and services. Africa is one example. For example, we are a relatively small country with limited resources. Yet countries invite us, and they are pleased to work with us, because we do not come as colonizers. We do not demand that Belarus be put first. When we go to African countries, for example, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Algeria, we think about Africa as a whole, and we do more than simply trade with them by supplying equipment and technology. We also transfer technology and train people to use it. We are ready to invite their specialists to Belarus for training, or send our own specialists and experts to Africa to train local personnel there. That is our approach, and that is why it has been received so positively.
President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for giving your time and speaking with us here on Al Arabiya English. Your perspectives across a very broad interview has been greatly appreciated. Thank you for speaking with us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories this evening. President Trump says the Iran deal makes it loud and clear that Tehran will not be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, as Al Arabiya sources exclusively reveal details of the interim deal. President Zelensky joins world leaders at the start of the G7 summit in France for talks on the Russia-Ukraine war. And Saudi Arabia have begun their World Cup campaign with a 1-1 draw against Uruguay. Plus, the UK plans to impose a sweeping ban on social media for children under the age of 16. We're starting the show this evening with breaking news. Al Arabiya sources have obtained a copy of the 14-point agreement expected to be signed on Friday between Washington and Tehran. I'm going to read some, but not all, of the points from that. Part of it includes references to the Strait of Hormuz, including an immediate, upon signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, a lifting of the naval blockade to prevent any interference and obstruction against Iran and restore traffic within a maximum of 30 days to its full capacity. It also references to money the United States undertakes together with its regional partners to create a comprehensive plan agreed by both parties while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. The implementation of this plan, as part of the final agreement, will be formulated within 60 days. In terms of nuclear weapons, the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic and the United States have agreed that the fate of the enriched material and the fate of all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in the final agreement. And it also references sanctions. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that pending a final agreement, they will maintain the status quo and maintain a status quo on nuclear programs and not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces within the region. All of this comes as President Trump has said a preliminary agreement with Iran sends a clear message that Iran will never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. Speaking at the G7 summit in France, he defended the framework deal and rejected reports that Washington would invest money in Iran. Take a listen to this.
The one thing that's happening that's of note, frankly, the only thing that really matters to me, is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences. Not just a little bit like, I won't even tell you the consequences, but the consequences are the ultimate consequences. And with that being said, I hope we have a very good relationship. But the biggest thing is they will not have a nuclear weapon. And that's the reason I got in, and that's the reason I agreed to sign. They will not develop, purchase, buy, or any other thing. They're not going to acquire a nuclear weapon. If they do, all hell will rain down on them, and they're not going to do that.
Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White. I'm also joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael, Gemma, thanks so much for joining us. It's a big day. Michael, Donald Trump says this agreement is a good deal. Is that enough, do you reckon, to convince the world that this is actual progress? Are we maybe getting a bit carried away, a little bit ahead of ourselves, just considering that we have, as I said, from Al Arabiya sources, this is allegedly the 14-point plan, which will be signed on Friday?
So we have to start by remembering that this is an MOU, right? This is a memorandum of understanding. This is a ceasefire. This is not a done deal. Now, when you were reading off some of the points and when Donald Trump was speaking about them, what sort of struck me when Donald Trump was speaking is that the first Ayatollah had said, he had in fact had issued a fatwa that Iran would not have a nuclear weapon. That has never been in contention. What the JCPOA in 2015 established was a framework by which the IAEA could go in and inspect to make sure that whatever uranium Iran was enriching was within their allowable limits. So there was never going to be a nuclear weapon on the table. But what Iran and the IAEA were always working towards was a framework, again, to try to make sure that they were complying. Now, the other points that you mentioned that I found quite surprising was that, and most people would admit that it was Israel that talked the U.S. into this war. And yet, in this page-and-a-half document, there's no mention of Israel. It's the U.S. and it's Iran, and they have agreed. And I think that Israel is a bit of a wild card. A couple of the other points that were surprising is that, again, they mention ceasing of hostilities in Lebanon, no mention of Israel. The 30 billion, the 300 billion, that in financing, that's interesting. Where is that going to come from, and what does that exactly mean? The Strait of Hormuz being back to pre-war traffic volume, that, I think, sounds something like, again, Barack Obama's JCPOA. And the reason I mention that is because I think that that's what Donald Trump is going to want to be able to talk about the most, to say that his agreement is so much better than Barack Obama's. And the last couple of points I would say that surprised me the most out of the 14 points that were mentioned in this 1.5-page document is the ending of sanctions and the access or the unfreezing of Iranian frozen assets. And then the last point is that this resolution has to be rubber stamped with the approval from the UN. So it strikes me as odd that Donald Trump is very quick to criticize the UN, but when he needs them, he's comfortable going to them.
Well, I guess this will go with anything, though, right? He has to rely upon this. It has to go for UN Security Council approval before we get any further. But, Gemma, I guess it's been a big week. We've gone from talk of an all-out war this time last week to talk of peace in just a matter of days. Do you think we should be optimistic, or have we seen too many false flags before?
I think we can be cautiously optimistic, but only because this time we're actually hearing from Iran. All the other times that we've been told, and I've counted, and we have been told by Donald Trump 38 times that a deal is imminent. But this time we're actually hearing from Tehran as well as Washington. And so that's where sort of the cautious optimism comes from, you know, because before they were either staying absolutely silent or refuting Trump's claims. Now, looking at this, you know, there is optimism in this deal, but all the optimism is for Iran, because I'm not sure who else is benefiting from it. I have to admit, I was skeptical when I first saw this list, because I couldn't see what the US was getting out of it. And I wasn't sure how the president was going to sell it to the American people as a win. Now, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz has obviously been a key part of the deal, along with, you know, de-escalation of military tensions, rolling back of major economic sanctions, which have been in place, you know, for decades. And this talk, as Michael said, of $300 billion worth of investment. Now, more importantly than perhaps, you know, my opinion, the financial markets seem to find the agreement at least vaguely credible, because we've seen oil prices fall, just on the expectation that shipping and energy exports will soon return to normality. But so many points still remain unclear. You know, there's no full terms here. In fact, Kamala Harris called this the concept of an agreement. And I have to admit that I sort of agree with her in that respect. So there's still key questions about sanctions relief, the unfreezing of assets, you know, which assets and where, inspections, enforcement mechanisms are still unresolved or only partially disclosed. And obviously, one of the key components, you know, for Trump, his key component is that Iran will not develop a nuclear weapon. But for me, the key component is involving Israel here and Lebanon and Iran's many proxies, because those issues have not magically disappeared with this, you know, piece of paper.
And I think that's something, again, we've got 60 days from when this is signed to figure it out. It is quite short as well. As we said, it's a page and a half. But Michael, just very quickly before we move on, it was enough, like Gemma said, to make the markets react positively. We've seen oil drop down to, it's about the level that was at on March the 5th. We're seeing it at $78 a barrel, $75 for West Tex oil at the moment. So it has been good news, which I guess is what the US required right now. This is the good news story when you walk away. The opening of the Strait of Hormuz, the reduction in the price of oil, and as a result, a reduction in the price of the cost of living. That's the win, I guess, for the US here, right?
So that's ultimately, I think, what Donald Trump wants. He wants to be in a position where he's able to go out on the campaign trails. We have the midterms coming up in November, and he needs to make sure that the Republicans have some talking points where they can go on the offensive, rather than them constantly having to be on the defensive, trying to explain the cost of living, trying to explain why gasoline in America is so expensive. And if he can make sure that this is over before we get into the hardcore heavy campaigning season, that's going to be a win for him. But I think the die might be cast, excuse me. I think it's a little bit too late. And even if the Strait of Hormuz was to open tomorrow, there's no reason to think that the flow and the markets and everything will get back to the way it was 110 days ago until sometime next year. That's what analysts have said. And that's, I think, despite the uptick from the markets and despite the markets appreciating this good news, it is not the golden goose that Donald Trump would hope it would be, because there's still so much damage that's been done to the global economy. I mean, we have the Philippines, for instance. They're not even working a full work week because of the shortage of oil. And it's going to take time for countries to get back into the process of having the excess oil that they've always needed back in their home country, so that they can continue to work the way that they were working again 110 days ago.
Michael, Gemma, just as Gemma referenced there as well, the attacks in Israel have continued, in Lebanon have continued, and Iran have just made a statement in relation to that, which will bring you now. Iran's top joint military command says Israel should expect a hard response from the Iranian armed forces if it doesn't stop its attacks on southern Lebanon. As we mentioned, and as Gemma and Michael rightly pointed out, that's not mentioned in this page and a half MOU document, which, according to Al Arabiya sources, we believe to be a copy of the document which will be signed on Friday. If you want to see the full text of this, you can jump onto Al Arabiya English's website or on our Twitter account as well. Thank you, Gemma and Michael, for your thoughts. We're going to move on to our next story. G7 leaders have been discussing the Russia-Ukraine war on their first full day of talks at the summit in France. President Zelensky has joined them amid continued efforts by European allies to maintain Western support for Kiev, while also assessing the implications of the emerging US-Iran agreement. President Trump said he would do what he could do to end the war after what he described as a very good meeting with President Zelensky. That, of course, took place on the sidelines. Gemma, the G7 was actually supposed to be all about Ukraine. Going into this for the last couple of days, we've been talking about G7. The Iran deal has kind of swooped in at the last second, stolen the headlines. Is Iran going to get all the floor time at the G7 and it's going to be nothing for Ukraine and Russia?
I think obviously it just happens, this agreement, this deal. So it is going to, it is going to dominate the conversation for a while. But I actually think that could work to Ukraine and the G7's advantage. If they can bring themselves to do a bit of ego stroking, Trump's there. We know that Donald Trump, he loves recognition. We've seen him, he's in his element when the red carpet is rolled out for him, at different countries. He revels in attention. So he's coming to this summit triumphant, whatever that sort of sense of triumph means to him personally. But I think now is the perfect time for the members of G7 and Ukraine to put their concerns in front of him, because he'll be feeling very pleased with himself that he's, come up with this deal with Iran, finally, after, months and months of war. And it could be a bit like, hey, you fixed the situation in Iran, why not turn your magic touch to Ukraine while he's still, on a high of putting this deal together. And I do think it's Iran has kind of overshadowed this summit when it comes to, headlines, if we're looking at global headlines. But I'm not sure that's reflected, on the ground, because we know that so many of the nations there have always been supporting Ukraine.
Yep.
And they weren't necessarily supporting the US's war in Iran, because as we know, Trump has been very vocal about how he feels that he hasn't had the ally support that he would have expected. So the G7 leaders are still focused on these areas when it comes to Iran, peace negotiations, which Trump could certainly get involved in now. He's just negotiated with Iran, military support and economic sanctions. And again, he's just, negotiated the unfreezing of assets and the easing of sanctions against Iran. So these are all areas in which he's suddenly, got a lot of experience. So I actually think this is the perfect time for him and Zelensky to be having these conversations, and with the rest of the G7 leaders.
Michael, what Gemma says is true. I mean, Trump has arrived with what he has effectively called a diplomatic breakthrough, which it is. He has completely changed the agenda of the summit before it even really got underway in true Trump style, but he's made it a Trump summit.
This is what we would expect. The man operates very much as a reality TV star, and that's what he was. I think he learned so much during that process when he was part of The Apprentice for so many years. And he is able to just suck up all the oxygen in the room. When he is in the White House and he either has people, part of his team standing behind him and the media are there, he will go on and on and on. And then he does the same thing when he has world leaders in the Oval Office and the media is there. He will use that as a pulpit from which he can speak about whatever it is that crosses his mind. That's at least the way that it's presented. It's not as though he's speaking strategically. It's not as though he's talking about the good and the bad of certain leaders in a moderated way so that he comes across as a statesman. He is very much an off-the-cuff kind of guy. So when he goes to the G7, he knows he is the most powerful man in the world because he is the president of the United States. He will have all those leaders there. And I went through the list. I think there's only the Prime Minister of Japan that he would have a okay relationship with. All the others, I think he's had a bit of a headbutting session with them, either privately or publicly. I don't think that he's necessarily comfortable having intimate and vulnerable conversations with others. That doesn't seem to be the sort of personality that he has. So he's going to go into that environment. He's going to know the position that he holds, and he's going to know that if he says something, that's going to hijack the entire proceedings. Quite frankly, I think he's okay with that. That's part of what he wants because he does want the attention. I think that that's a bit of an insecurity that he has in his personality, and he seems to be quite comfortable leaning into it. He doesn't seem to be somebody who's self-reflective. Mm-hmm. And I think the entire world can see the position that the United States is in as a result of this MOU with Iran. And I think if you're looking at it objectively, it doesn't paint the U.S. in a very good light. As a result of that, the world can see that the U.S. is weaker than it was. Donald Trump, however, doesn't see it that way. So he's going to go in as though he has, as Gemma said, he's the king of the castle and he is the one that everybody will come to. That's the way that he will operate. But I think we're all smart enough to recognize that the other G7 leaders and the other leaders who are there who are not part of the G7, they may know the reality, but they're willing to play along because they don't want to suffer the repercussions that the president could administer to.
In saying that, Michael, he is the man who has brought this deal to the table. And if we look at this 14-point plan, which is going to bring about peace and potentially after that 60 days, a wider peace for the Middle East region as well, and done something that has been very difficult to do in the past. Perhaps this is the kind of character that Zelensky needs to cozy up to at the G7 summit in order to be able to push that barrier through, in order to get Russia to change their ways or to shift sides, or to get European leaders to get behind Ukraine at this stage. Perhaps that's actually what's required, is somebody like Donald Trump who can go in and take the lead on the Ukraine-Russia front.
I would agree with you if there was any evidence that he held sway over Vladimir Putin. He's talked a good game. Of course, we know that he did welcome him to Alaska. I guess it's been almost a year ago now. but he hasn't been able to follow through and bring home anything that he's promised that he would do with Vladimir Putin. Yes, they have conversations. They seem to be able to exchange phone calls on a fairly regular basis, but there is no evidence that what Donald Trump says he can do when it comes to his relationship with Vladimir Putin that proves that he actually can deliver. So while the Ukrainian President Zelensky definitely needs somebody on his side, I don't know that it's Donald Trump who's the one who's going to be able to convince Vladimir Putin that he has to somehow play ball with Europe and the United States.
Gemma, just quickly before we move on this, looking at everything that's happened at the G7 and everything that's currently being talked about, what do you think the world leaders who are gathered there, what do you think the most pressing matter for them is right now? Is Russia, Ukraine now back to the fore again? Do you think that's got a potential room for a little bit of breathing space? Or is it strictly going to be the Iran deal that's going to be discussed over the next couple of days?
I think there's just a very small handful of things that is going to be their focus. And you're right, geopolitical conflicts has got to be number one on the agenda, especially in light of, the deal with Iran. Ukraine does not seem to be Russia's war in Ukraine does not seem to be lessening at all. We've had strikes today. They've been trading tit for tat. I think also you'll be looking at sort of global economic imbalance. I think AI will be very high on the list of things they'll be discussing as well. And things, like foreign aid, G7 development, that kind of thing, but certainly conflict at the top.
Gemma, Michael, thanks for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. Saudi Arabia have begun their World Cup campaign with a 1-1 draw against Uruguay. Abdullah Al Amri's opener for the Kingdom was cancelled out by Max Araujo in a game where both sides profited from goalkeeping errors. Gemma, I'm not sure if you watched the game. Saudi Arabia earning that point against Uruguay. Going into this game, it looked likely, in fact, Google, I think, said it was about 78% chance that Uruguay would win. But now the national team from here, Saudi, are showing their might. An underdog, some might say, coming up the ranks.
It's true. I mean, Uruguay, it's been a long time, but they have won the World Cup twice. So I think in a lot of people's minds, they are still, a footballing nation to be, to take as serious contenders. And I do think that, on everyone, this is Saudi's opening game. So I think on a lot of people's minds was their opening match, 4 years earlier at the 2022 World Cup in Qatar when they beat Argentina 2-1. It was an absolute shocking win. Argentina obviously went on to win the whole World Cup. But I do think now there's sort of a lot of expectation on Saudi opening games. Are they going to recreate the same magic? And to some extent, yes, they did. And what's become clear to me is that Group H is shaping up as the group to watch. We had Cape Verde versus Spain last night. They are in Group H as well. And what's interesting is Group H, there was a lot of talk about it before the games kicked off. There were underdogs in the group. The underdogs were referring to Cape Verde and Saudi. And now it's a matter of underdogs who? Because we saw Cape Verde, that incredible game where they held Spain to a 0-0 draw. And then we've just seen Saudi and Uruguay 1-1, as you said, a 41st minute goal from Al Amri. So, yeah, the word underdogs is definitely coming under some scrutiny here. So these games as well, they have blown the group wide open in ways that people did not expect. And obviously Saudi, their next game is against Spain, and they've got this crucial point. They're going into that game with that. So we saw some absolutely excellent defending. And again, as with Cape Verde's goalkeeper, which I know Michael's going to talk about, he's the man the whole world is talking about. Saudi's goalkeeper, they have him to thank really for keeping them in with a string of absolutely incredible saves. And also, so their coach has said, I like the spirit and passion of my players, but I think we have the quality to play better. And I think now, absolutely, going into it, I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Absolutely. It was impressive to see them keep possession for so much of the game. The first half was really in Saudi's court, quite literally, and I think it was very impressive. Michael, there's been the flip side of this. We've already had Iran talking about feeling oppressed. They'd said that going into this game. Tunisia, they've sacked their manager. Gemma mentioned it there. Cape Verde's goalkeeper, he's become an overnight internet sensation. It is a World Cup that's about more than just football, and it has been for a couple of weeks now.
I would argue that it's been this way for generations. This is what happens at the World Cup. You have, especially this year, right? The last World Cup, as Gemma mentioned, in 2022 in Qatar, you had 32 teams. We're now up to 48. And it's going to have that many more people involved. We're going to have the media from around the world and the media from those 48 countries very passionately following their teams. I think it is what's comparable, and we have to remember it's also taking place in 3 countries, Canada, the US, and Mexico. And what's comparable, I would say, is maybe America's Super Bowl, right? The NFL. And that happens only once a year, and it's one game, and it's one country. Here you have 48 countries. You have 39 days, each team minimum 3 matches, and you have the media from around the world coming. And they are, traditionally what happens is there's a bit of a referendum that takes place. Certainly when it comes to the host country, we saw that 4 years ago. I'm a little bit disappointed, quite frankly, in the media not giving the American government as hard a time as they gave the Qatari government. But I'll leave that conversation for another day. But there are also so many teams and so many players. And with so much media, you're going to have an opportunity to tell amazing stories. And I think even though there are 39 days of this World Cup, there are matches that take place on the pitch. And then there are the storylines that happen outside of the stadiums. And this is what I think we all start to fall in love with. And this is why in North America, and of course, you know, the tournament is taking place, Mexico is part of North America. In North America, you'll have fans that become football/soccer fans once every 4 years. And it's because of the stories that the media are able to tell. And I think because social media is so much bigger than it's ever been, there's an opportunity for a 40-year-old goalkeeper from Cape Verde to become an internet sensation, a social media phenom. And I think that this is what fans of sports love, because it's all just laid out for us. Now we have the NHL hockey, the ice hockey, Stanley Cup finals are done. We only have baseball. NBA is also done. So there isn't a lot of competition. It's pretty much the World Cup with the world watching. And this is why it's an opportunity for so many people to fall in love with the beautiful game.
I mean, look, we're not even a week in and we've already found our World Cup superstar, because there always is one of those. Gemma, you are flying off to the World Cup. I believe you're leaving this weekend to go and watch England play in the World Cup. But I do want to ask you, because you seem to have some good predictions in this, who do you think is going to make it out of the groups that we thought there isn't a hope? There isn't a hope that these guys are going to make it to the rounds of 32. Who do you think is in there that could actually do it?
I'm just wondering where the Republic of Ireland are in this World Cup. Sorry, Jono, that's right.
No, that's not a thing. We're good at rugby, but not good at soccer.
Well, do you know what? As I said, my eyes are on Group H now, because I'm really intrigued, because, you know, to my mind, there are so many upcoming nations now. And now there are, you know, the World Cup has been expanded. There's so many different nations to look out for. Like, yeah, who knew, you know, Cape Verde were going to come out, you know, like this, the kind of breakout stars. For me, obviously, I do want to see England go through. That goes without saying. I think it's always good as well when the host nations come through. You know, there's always a bit of a sense of sort of deflation when the host nations go out early. So obviously, you know, the US going through would be great for everyone and to maintain interest as well. I would like to see France coming through, but I would really like to see, there's so many more African nations and Arab nations as well. I would really love, you know, to be seeing who the next kind of, breakout nations are.
Gemma, enjoy your trip. Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced plans to impose a ban on social media for children under the age of 16 from next year. The ban will cover platforms like YouTube and TikTok, and in reaction, some students said the spare time would afford them the opportunity to stare at a wall. Take a listen.
I didn't think it would actually happen. I kind of believed that he'd chicken out of it and give it more time or more consideration, but he seems pretty sure of it, and I'm not sure if I agree with him.
What was your screen time over the weekend?
9 hours.
9 hours. So suddenly you're going to have a lot more time to fill. And what will you do?
Stare at a wall.
I really like going on my phone, just texting with my friends, just funny memes and everything. But I know in the future it will have a positive impact on young people's lives and their mental health.
I just feel that it maybe shouldn't have been banned. Maybe it should be more restricted so you can't talk to people that you don't know.
Some of those kids taking the company line, it seems there. They must be working for Meta. Michael, this ban on social media for under-16s, is that something that sensible parenting should be responsible, or is it legislation? Is it impossible to police something like this?
I don't think it's impossible to police something like this. I do think that what would have been a completely out-of-the-box way to approach it is if the Prime Minister had created a committee, and the committee would have been essentially a group of teenagers, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, and they would have been asked the key question, which is, how can we help or restrict or save you from spending so much time on social media? Because what happens on social media, the bullying that happens, or the targeting, or the issues of depression that people experience if they are on social media for far too long, these are real. And the government has responsibility to figure out how to change that dynamic. And my suggestion would have been, have a group of children. These are the children that you're trying to help. These are the teenagers that you want to be involved so that they are complying with it. So go to them, involve them, and say, we need to figure out a way either to reduce screen time or to make sure that not everybody has access to every platform, or not everybody has access to every platform all the time. How is it that we're going to do it? Like, set the parameters up and let the students figure out a way to solve the problem. I'm a big believer that as a leader, you can work with others who are impacted by whatever decisions you're going to make. So instead of just making the decision and imposing it, why not work with the students to try and figure out the best way forward?
Gemma, look, social media companies have been talking about this, and they said teenagers are going to move on to something that's less regulated, or they'll simply find a way around it. Is there a danger that a ban, something like this, could make things worse? Kind of that forbidden fruit factor?
No, I don't think so at all. And I think that kind of messaging is fear-mongering by tech companies. As Keir Starmer said, this is not a tech ban. Now, I completely agree. There has to be restrictions around children using social media. And, you know, how old is social media now? It's only took us, decades to kind of even get to a place where, obviously, Australia was the first to put a ban in place 6-7 months ago. And I must assume that the UK has been playing close attention to the Australian ban and seeing what's been working and see perhaps what hasn't, and kind of learning from that. So what I find interesting about Australia is that the onus, the responsibility is placed purely on the tech companies. There is no responsibility or there will be no comeback for breaking of the rules on the parents or the children. The full responsibility on upholding the rules is on the tech companies. And I think it's about time they were held accountable. They're sort of looking at age verification technologies and platforms. So what you're going to see coming out of this ban is new technologies. So it's not like tech is dying because, Keir Starmer says that you can't use TikTok in the UK until you're 16. There's going to be a whole raft of new tech that's going to come out that helps people do age verification and that kind of thing. And will there be enforcement challenges? Of course there will be. This is a new step in the right direction. And so there is going to be challenges. So what I find interesting, because one of the main arguments here is that children are going to move to harder to monitor spaces. They're going to move to more encrypted platforms and that kind of thing. Now, this is the modern teen equivalent for me of their parents and their grandparents sneaking out after lights out, after the curfew, because children have always found a way around rules that parents have set. So this is just the modern equivalent of that. So I don't see anything massively scary or massively naughty in children trying to circumnavigate it. But like I say, I like the idea that tech companies are finally being held to account. And obviously they've come out saying it's going to cause this and this and this, but they've proven that they can't self-regulate. So it's about time someone else stepped steps in.
Gemma, does it not feel a little bit nanny state to you? I am fully behind the concept, which has already been introduced in the UK, whereby content which is not appropriate for kids goes through an age verification process in advance if you've been able to get even onto that website. Does it not feel a little nanny state to say, I'm sorry kids, no more TikTok, no more Snapchat, no more Instagram?
It doesn't to me, no, because I do think it was up to the tech companies to put some self-regulations in, and they haven't. You know, their age verifications and things like that are, oh, are you over a certain age? And the person just clicks yes, and they go, oh, okay. They haven't even tried to offer even small amounts of age verification. So if you're not going to self-regulate, then you have to expect that the grown-ups are going to come in and show you how it's done. So no, I don't think it's nanny state at all.
Michael, I want to pass it to you because, and I mentioned this earlier on before the show, I think bullying is something that's always been there. Parents have been the bastion of kind of trying to protect their kids from that, and I think what's happened with social media is that parents no longer monitor the social media usage of their kids. Is this parents shirking the responsibility and the government saying, well, you haven't done a good enough job, so we're going to step in where you guys are not basically looking after your kids well enough?
I would argue that whenever there is something that's taking place where people have to go outside their own homes, it's the responsibility, it's always been the responsibility of the outside entity to make sure that what is happening has guide rails. Has borders, has guide rails. So if you're going to a movie, it's up to the movie theater proprietor's responsibility to make sure that he checks or she checks to make sure that the people who are going in are of age. If you're going into a bar, it's up to the bar's responsibility to make sure that the people who are inside and going to be drinking are of age. If somebody's going to be buying a weapon, if you're in a country where you can buy those sorts of things. And yet, as Gemma said, you know, the tech bros here have done nothing to try to introduce guide rails. And I think a really good current example is AI. We see that there are so many companies and so many of the tech bros are trying to push through so much so that it's far too gone and the legislation can never catch up. So I do believe that it is 100% up to the parents to monitor it, their children's social media consumption, to find ways to work with the child. But when the platforms, the social media platforms, are doing almost nothing to safeguard the well-being of children, and I think we've seen some cases as well where certain platforms have been found guilty of creating content in such a way that it would be addictive, I think that's a pretty good example that the government needs to step in. And Keir Starmer's government is following the lead of the Australian government. And I think it's something that's going to happen and catch on globally. And there are going to be other countries to follow suit.
Michael, Gemma, thanks for your thoughts on that. Now it is that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have both brought their quirkier stories of the day to the table. Gemma, we're going to start with you. A special cameo on stage in Turkey.
It was certainly a strong performance for sure. So this happened during a ballet performance of Romeo and Juliet by the Imperial Russian Ballet Company in Turkey. Now, a stray ginger cat strolled across the stage of the open-air theatre during the most heart-wrenching moment of the entire ballet, which is, you know, the death scene. We have Romeo laying there, he's dying, Juliet's devastated. And so this cat just lays down and starts playing with Romeo's hair and chewing his hair. Could not have cared less that this is, you know, one of the most dramatic points in, you know, arguably Shakespeare's most famous play. I have to wonder, was he trying to audition as Mercutio? Who knows? Yes.
Yeah.
I've still got more of them to come. But yeah, the performers themselves, they just had to keep on playing. Romeo still had to, you know, remain dead. Juliet was still emoting on stage because cats have quite a lot of status in Turkey. The people care for them. They're stray cats. They get fed. They can't be captured or put down by law. You know, they're fed, they're sterilized, they're returned to their neighborhoods. So cats are very much part of the lives there. So I must imagine the audience was full of Turkish people who were probably, you know, relatively amused, but found it quite normal that a cat would wander on stage during this this performance.
Now, I don't know if it was a performance that was Romeo and Juliet, or what was at play here, or was it Anthony and Cleopatra? Which was it? I'm not sure.
For me, my favourites of the Shakespeare plays include The Taming of the Mew, Richard the Pert, The Mewy Wives of Windsor, or The Merry Wives of Whiskers, really.
Yes.
And how about The Merchant of Venice? Or my favourite, Titus Andronicus.
Well, apparently next week he's in a production of Meow Mia, Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia. Never mind, it went better in my head. Michael, let's move on to yours.
I do think the question, though, Jono, is tabby or not tabby. So we'll just, that has to be the question we must
Michael, good luck filling up on this one. Michael, a fantastic story, a great white shark. Tell us your tale.
Nantucket, I'm going to keep it short, and I promise no puns. Nantucket Beach, fisherman on the beach catches a great white shark. He then, within 15 seconds, pulls the shark on shore, climbs on its back, was able to get the hook out, because it is a real problem when fish are left with the hooks in their mouth, and was then able to push the great white back out into the ocean. And what was most amazing about this is not any of the things that I just said, and I'm looking at it on screen right now, but there was almost universal praise on social media on the comments. And now this never happens. You could be doing the most glorious, humane act of generosity, and people would find something to criticize you for doing that. In this particular case, this gentleman was he was universally praised for doing what he was doing in such a short period of time.
Wow, that is impressive, and also highly dangerous, I would think, as well. But that story reeled us in more than anything else, I think, Gemma. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It was a jawsome story. I loved it.
Beautiful. And on that note, a massive thanks to our guest correspondent and columnist, Gemma White, and to Not a Fan of the Puns, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. Thank you both very much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Isn't that good? Don't forget, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is on the way next. Goodbye for now.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. In today's program, leaders are at the G7 summit in France with the Iran agreement high on the agenda. President Trump has reiterated that Tehran will never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. We're also hearing more from the G7, where Trump has also taken aim at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, urging him to be more responsible in Lebanon, voicing concern over his handling of Hezbollah. So what does this mean for the Iran deal and the Strait of Hormuz? That's all coming up on Global News Today. Hello and welcome. We start with the latest developments between Iran and the United States. President Trump speaking at a meeting of G7 countries in France says as part of the U.S.'s deal to end the war that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Both countries are expected to meet in Switzerland on Friday. So what exactly is in the agreement? U.S. President Donald Trump says the key principle is straightforward. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That is a point he repeatedly stressed in recent days. All eyes are now on Geneva, where the formal signing of the deal is expected to take place. It comes as G7 leaders meet to discuss the growing crisis in the Middle East. Attention has quickly shifted to Israel and Lebanon. President Donald Trump appeared to take direct aim at longtime ally Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump said the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has gone on for far too long and suggested the Israeli prime minister needs to be, quote, more responsible in Lebanon. Here are President Trump's comments.
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon. Now, I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Chip Chapman is a former advisor to U.S. Central Command and joins us from Salisbury in the UK. Thank you for joining us today, Chip.
You're welcome, Catalina.
So we're going to start on the Iran deal. What's your reaction to this memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran?
Well, a memorandum of understanding is a novel and contentious way to end a war. I don't think you can find that in any lexicon of how a war has ended in the past. So we have to be slightly careful at the moment because none of us know what's in it. It's only a page and a half. And what it really does is push one thing to another side. That is that we've got a ceasefire, which is going to endure for 60 days. And during that 60 days, there will be negotiations. What the outcome of that negotiation will be, we don't really know. What we can say at the moment, I think, is that the ledger is probably in Iran's favor, that America has not compelled Iran to its will, and neither, because there is a negotiation, did it defeat Iran.
So as you just said, you say the agreement is more in Iran's favor. How so? Because my question is, which countries stand to benefit more from this agreement?
Well, what's the only benefit at the moment from the MOU? It is that the Strait of Hormuz will be open. The Strait of Hormuz was open before the 28th of February. So if that is a concession, it was a concession that you wouldn't have needed prior to going to war. Now, what happens on the other things, we'll have to wait and see. But, of course, the great issue from an American perspective is what happens to the nuclear file of Iran. That will be in the 60 days of negotiation. But the problem for the Americans is if that doesn't go well in the 60 days, what do you do on day 61? Because if you haven't compelled the Iranians to rescind their nuclear program by military action, how will that be achieved on day 61? That is, you cannot win a war just by dropping ordnance bombs from afar. That is all they would be doing on day 61. So they're back to the same problem of compellence and trying to get Iran to comply to their will. They certainly have not done that. What we've got at the moment is conflict termination from an American and Iranian perspective. We haven't got conflict resolution.
So what do you think? On day 61, do you think there's a possibility that we could go back to war with Iran?
Well, as I said, you could, but then you would be dropping bombs again for a tactical purpose without properly providing a strategic end state. And that is the problem we've had with this war all along, that the strategic outcome is the thing which is missing. From a military perspective, the Americans can drop bombs all day and have tactical effects. That is different than having a strategic outcome. So there are a number of losers here. There are, of course, no winners in war. The Gulf states are losers. The Iranian population are losers. And indeed, the Israeli population and the Israeli geostrategic strategic position is also a loser.
And Mr. Chapman, back onto this nuclear agreement, because the U.S. administration says that Iran has agreed now to never pursue a nuclear weapon. Critics argue that this agreement postpones rather than actually resolves the nuclear issue. So is this a ceasefire, or can this actually be a durable settlement between both countries?
It isn't a durable settlement at the moment. So in terms of how we look at the linear progression generally, we would look at a ceasefire, a peace agreement, and a peace treaty. We're just at the ceasefire plus at the moment. And what you just quoted there, Katerina, is exactly the same preamble as what was in the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action of 2015, which, of course, President Trump rescinded in 2018. So what President Trump really needs to have as a minimum to show that he's a better president than Obama is a better deal than the JCPOA of 2015. And secondly, he must have the Strait of Hormuz open without any tolls, because one of the foundational principles of American foreign policy post-45 was freedom of navigation. If there is freedom of navigation with caveats, i.e. you have to pay a toll to Iran, that is a worse strategic position than we were in prior to the 28th of February.
So we touched on this topic a bit. So how significant is this deal compared with the previous U.S.-Iran agreements? Because President Barack Obama also mentioned, for instance, that there's no way that this deal will be any different to his previous Iran nuclear agreement. So what's your take on that?
Well, it's always been a policy position of of Russia, China, US, UK, and Europe generally, that the policy position has always been that Iran with a bomb is unacceptable. That was the term used by Obama in 2012. That remains the position today, that Iran with a bomb is unacceptable. Obama used the diplomatic route to secure that with the JCPOA. Trump tried to pursue that with military action. That didn't work, and so we're back to the diplomatic reasoning to try and achieve what was achieved in 2015. We hope that all works. I mean, President Trump's great theory of victory, of course, is that the deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. I suspect that will be the rhetoric-reality gap that we've seen in some of his language throughout the conflict so far.
Peace and security in the region is one of the main points for this deal, right? So the deal reportedly allows shipping to resume in the Strait of Hormuz. Some shipping groups actually remain cautious despite this announcement. Why should global markets trust that this crisis is actually over?
Well, it isn't necessarily until you know what is within the 60 days of negotiation and the outcome of that. Because what is still the case at the moment is the reason why the American fleet didn't go up through the Strait of Hormuz is because of the Iranians having what we call A2AD control over the strait, that is anti-access area denial, because of their cruise missiles and their Mosquito fleet. It's okay, President Trump saying he sank the Iranian Navy. That is maybe true, but it's also irrelevant when you've got 500 to 1,000 sort of fast attack craft and drone swarms which can come at you. So what the war has done at the moment is strengthen the regime and the IRGC hand, and meant that Iran has escalation control, if they want it, over the Strait of Hormuz in the future, which also diminishes the position of the Gulf states, because exports for those states are really at the future at the geostrategic, geopolitical whim of Iran. That is potentially at the moment, on day one, after this is finally signed on Friday, a dangerous position to still be in.
Now, Mr. Chapman, France and the UK have also been spearheading efforts to put together this maritime mission aimed at securing the Strait of Hormuz once the fighting stops, of course. Allegedly, that's pretty soon. So what would this maritime mission actually do or achieve?
Well, it's always been this foundational principle that freedom of the sea, or freedom of navigation, has been a post-1945 thing, which every nation has agreed to. That's under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So what it would hope to do is reinforce the ceasefire at the moment. And as Iran has actually said themselves, what this really does is try and buy some time and a step towards reducing tensions, a mission which would reassure both the Iran that maybe the US won't be there again, and the global oil markets and those who transit through the Gulf. Those are two things which are both good things for the future.
Because French President Emmanuel Macron also said that they will do everything they can so that there isn't a toll in the waterway, saying this is against international law. Is this actually realistic? How can the international community go about assuring that there will be no toll in the Strait of Hormuz in the future?
Well, I think that is the key, one of the key questions on the Strait of Hormuz negotiation in the next 60 days. However you cut it, if Iran says that they're going to be taking a fee for either environmental services or shipping services, that looks like that is not freedom of navigation in the Strait. So how the negotiation goes and expanding a 1.5-page MOU into something which is a lengthy document, because negotiations generally take a lot of time and have hundreds of pages generally, particularly over nuclear issues, will be one of the fundamental things. If you have a toll for the future, then that creates a real bad problem for the choke points around the world. And it is that global trade and energy flowing freely which has underpinned the global economy since 1945.
Because Iran also says the Strait of Hormuz will be toll-free for 60 days under the current pact. So what does this mean after the 60 days have gone by? As you say, what's going to happen on day 61?
Well, unless it's in the negotiation, day 61, Iran will do what Iran thinks it will do. But it's always been the case that each country will follow its own vital interests as they perceive it. If they perceive that they still have this escalation control and no one else can do anything about it in the Strait of Hormuz, then they might take the opportunity to do that. In the same way as if Israel feels threatened, it will also pursue its vital interest if it believes, for example, that Hezbollah is a problem to them on their northern border in Israel. Because although that Israel are included in the agreement, Lebanon isn't.
Mm-hmm. And Keir Starmer also says the UK will play its full part, he says, in securing the Strait of Hormuz. What role do you expect Britain to play?
Well, there's already a sort of EU mission in the Bab el-Mandeb, so this will be a coalition mission in the Strait of Hormuz. We had it there in 87, 88 in terms of escorting the tankers. It's whether it's escorting the tankers as the sort of right of arc, or whether it's just a presence in terms of the security, surveillance and reconnaissance that goes into looking at the threats. Now, of course, the posture of any ships in the Gulf of Hormuz after a ceasefire will still be at high readiness. There is still the potential that rogue elements of the IRGC, which has been consistently decentralized really by this war, may launch some missiles without centralized control. So you've always got to have a high rules of engagement profile against this. So it could be shadowing, it could be escorting, it could be surveillance and reconnaissance to make sure that people have the reassurance to go through, because it's insurance markets and the shipping markets as well as the military arm which is important here.
Now on to Israel and Lebanon, Mr. Chapman. President Trump has openly criticized Israel's Lebanon campaign, and very recently now during the G7 summit. Is there now a policy disagreement, you think, between Washington and Jerusalem?
I think there is a policy disagreement on how this war should end. And indeed, as I've said in the ledger, I think that Israel is one of the ones who come out of this very, very badly. Because the prospects of normalization with the other Gulf states have gone down. I mean, the Gulf states' view on the Abraham Accords was at utter silence when President Trump mentioned that a few weeks ago. So the notion that this could lead to this peace and security in the whole region seems to me to be very fractured at the moment. And in geostrategic, geopolitical terms, because of those policy disagreements and the fact it doesn't look at the moment, although this may be a tactical disagreement, that Trump has Netanyahu or Israel's back 100% of the time, that creates a problem for Israel, because from an Israeli perspective, this is just a threat postponed. If there is an agreement, which is something like the JCPOA, and the JCPOA was for 15 years, if what comes out on the nuclear file is for 10, 15, 20 years, from an Israeli perspective, that is the blink of an eye in geopolitical terms.
As you say, this might be a tactical disagreement. Do you believe Israel is becoming isolated on the Lebanon issue?
Well, it's certainly become isolated on the Lebanon issue in terms of this being a thorn in the side of a global agreement. Whether that upsets the MOU and during the negotiations we'll have to see, because it's always been the case that Hezbollah has been the jewel in the crown of the proxy forces of Iran. And what seems to be excluded at the moment from the MOU, and we think it may be excluded from the 60 days of negotiations, are two things which seem to be fundamental around about the 28th of February. That was making sure that the proxy forces never received any more support from Iran. And secondly, some caveat on the ballistic missile program of Iran. If both of those are not in any future agreement after 60 days, then that means that Israel's position is diminished from what they wanted it to be before the 28th of February.
And Mr. Chapman, what impact is the Lebanon conflict between Lebanon and Israel having on regional stability? Could this be a sticking point perhaps during the 60 days to come?
Yeah, absolutely could become a sticking point. But from an Israeli perspective, Israel doesn't have any strategic depth. It sees a 360-degree arc around it from the Houthis through to Hamas and up to Hezbollah. And that's why they've always had a problem with them. If you were to take a maximalist approach from a US position and say, what would be the grand bargain, because a grand bargain was mentioned by J.D. Vance in around about the 16th of April, that would include no support to proxies, and it would include some caveat on the ballistic missile program of Iran. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near a grand bargain, nothing like it. And therefore, you've got this problem for Israel and the problem for the Gulf states, who have to be slightly accommodationist to Iran. And you still have Iran, which has an exterminationist mindset towards Israel. It's worth bearing in mind, of course, that the Supreme Leader said as recently as the 26th of May this year that Israel remained a cancerous tumor, which was near the end of its life.
And we're speaking of accommodation here from all actors in the region, right, Mr. Chapman? So is Israel prepared to actually alter its military strategy in response to American concerns when it comes to the success of this peace deal?
No, Israel will always act in terms of its wider interests. Three things always pertain here. Even if Netanyahu is voted out in the forthcoming election, leaders may change, vital interests rarely change, geography never changes.
All right, Mr. Chapman, thank you so much for joining us today and for your perspective on the matter.
Thank you, Catalina.
Greg Swenson is the chair of Republicans Overseas and joins us from Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us today.
Great to be here.
Now, Greg, we want to get your reaction on this memorandum of understanding to be signed on Friday between the U.S. and Iran.
Well, I look at it as almost an interim step, and of course, balancing the strategic goals of the conflict with the economic issues, not only in the U.S. but around the world. So, I think there'll be some compromises, but it's also difficult to tell until we really see what's in the document on hopefully by Friday, maybe even Thursday, we'll see that. But the good news is the president knows what he wants and will definitely accomplish what his primary goals are or were. And he's not afraid to use kinetic action to get there. And it was only a week ago he was firing on targets in Iran. So I think a lot of the speculation about this being some sort of capitulation by the president or, strategic loss, it's just absurd. I mean, he is focused. He knows he will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He will address the funding of the proxies. So I think, net, this will be good news once we get some clarification on the detail.
And Greg, some of our guests mentioned that perhaps Iran is on the winning side when it comes to this deal. For example, allegedly, the sanctions release on Iran played a big part in this deal. Who do you think benefits more from this memorandum of understanding at this point?
Well, I think both should benefit. And, there are some really important issues for not just the U.S., but for the neighbors and the world, which is no nuclear weapon, stop funding the proxies, obviously, fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz and sort of play nice with your neighbors. Now, if all that happens, then yes, the sanctions relief will be good for Iran. It will be good for the region. There has to be it has to be win-win. But there are some things that, are red lines for this president. And if we want to reopen Iran to the world, good. We want them to be part of the global trade. We want their oil, obviously. And so that's good news. I don't think we should isolate them if we accomplish all the goals that we have.
And this is a very important point for President Donald Trump. The administration says Iran has agreed to never pursue a nuclear weapon. Do you think this is realistic?
I do. I mean, I know that they will cheat because they always do. But I think the difference between now and the last 47 years is that we have demonstrated the willingness to use force. So if there's potential, if there's cheating, if there's any sort of misbehavior by the regime, then we could go back to kinetic action and we could go back to economic fury. We can go back to, full sanctions and those sanctions work. So, yeah, it's nice that we are opening up trade and trying to bring Iran back into the fold. But if they misbehave, then there's easy options.
So what do you think, Greg, since we're talking about options? Do you think this is an actual turning point in the conflict or just a temporary pause in tensions between both?
It could go either way. I'm not naive enough to think that this is the end of the Iranian 47 years of death to America and death to Israel. Look, this is a lunatic regime, but I do think that there are differences now than not just from the last 47 years, but specifically from 11 years ago with the JCPOA, with the Barack Obama, John Kerry agreement, because it's all about inspections. And so there's no sunset clause. We will enforce all of these things. Even the economic agency, the IEAE, they even admitted that the mullahs were continuing to develop a nuclear weapon even after the JCPOA. So, this is a different scenario now. And we've got, we've already opened the strait to a certain degree. We've been moving 12 ships a night through the strait. We'll fully reopen the strait on Friday. So that checks one box. We'll see if they stop funding their terrorist proxies. We assume that that's the case, but if they violate it, we'll have to go back with either kinetic action or reestablishing the blockade as well as economic sanctions.
And President Donald Trump has received bipartisan criticism when it comes to this conflict. How is this memorandum of understanding now playing out back in the U.S., especially with the midterm elections coming up?
Yeah, great question. And it's totally predictable. Everyone on the left, all of the Democrats and most of the mainstream media, which is basically the Democrats' communications arm, they are criticizing it because they will criticize anything that the president does. So if he ends 47 years of conflict and brings peace to the region, they will still say it's a failure. That's just the way they are. On the Republican side, you have a few different factions. Of course, you have, the hawkish right, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, who want, in many ways, to finish the job, which I don't think there's appetite for in the U.S., by the way. No boots on the ground, no endless war. So And then you have also the isolationist wing, which are disappointed with the president for going in the first place. So, yeah, there's some argument on the right, and I think that's healthy. I think, the president probably listened to all of those opinions before before starting the conflict. But, again, I think he viewed this as too much of a risk of doing nothing. And and I think the history will be kind to the president in the sense that the regime was so close to a nuclear weapon. I think inaction would have been a disaster. But it's okay to have different opinions. You have the real hawks, you have the real isolationists, and you have a lot of people in between.
Now, onto Iran's major leverage, which is the Strait of Hormuz. Do you believe Iran is prepared to permanently keep the Strait of Hormuz open to international shipping?
No, and they've tried that, and it was a failure. And so I think the timing's really good. But when the deal was announced on over the weekend, it was after the U.S. had moved 12 ships a night for at least a week. So many ships got through the strait with escorts by the U.S. Navy. So we reduced the leverage that the mullahs or that the regime had in negotiations, because we'd already demonstrated that we can open the strait. We would rather not do it by force, but we can do it by force. So that's less of an option for them now. It is a nuisance. I don't argue with that. There's still 120 million barrels of crude and another 46 million barrels of refined products stuck, behind the strait. So, I think there'll be 100 vessels a day moving in very short order. So we'll get back to, the normalcy in the region. But I do think that it's a nuisance. I have no argument there. But we've also demonstrated that we can actually do it by force.
Now, Iran says that the strait will be toll-free for the next 60 days under the current pact. What do you think this means? Do you believe that on day 61, they're going to be imposing tolls on international shipping?
No, but I do think you'll hear a lot of rhetoric and bluster out of the regime. I mean, every one of their statements have been almost humorous, if it wasn't so obnoxious. So I think, yeah, they'll say 60 days, but there is no doubt that the opening, permanent opening of the strait is absolutely a mandatory part of this agreement. And if they have to iron out some details, great, but there'll be no tolls. The president won't accept that. And I don't think I don't think the neighbors and our allies. I think you'll see 15 countries, notably the Western European countries, but also some of the Pacific countries like Australia, Japan, South Korea. They'll send minesweepers to the strait to assist the Iranians in removing the mines. So that's part of the process, and I think there'll be some detail there that might get complicated, but in the long run, it's pretty simple.
We'll see how that plays out. Now into Israel and Lebanon. Greg, we've never seen President Trump speak so publicly against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What's your take on that, especially now?
Yeah, he's had a couple of moments over the last 6 months where he loses his temper, and I think he did it during one of the Israeli strikes earlier this year, and he's done it again. And I think for the most part, it was just the timing. The president totally respects Israel's right to defend themselves and totally understands that these are terrorists firing missiles on Israeli civilians. So I think it leaves Israel with little choice but to respond and try to eliminate the threat and eliminate Hezbollah. However, it was all about timing. And when the president felt like he was really close to a deal, he really wanted Netanyahu to really show some restraint and even hold back from reacting or responding in a way that's totally appropriate, but just not good timing. And I think that was important to just get the regime over the line so we could get to an agreement. And sure enough, we now have a ceasefire in Lebanon. As fragile as it might be and as temporary as it might be, we do have a decent outcome, and that allows Iran and the U.S. to proceed with this agreement. But the president reiterated today that he will, he totally supports Israel's right to defend themselves against Hezbollah.
So it does seem that the administration has asked Israel to scale back operations in Lebanon. Do you believe Israel will comply?
Well, I think they will. I think this is up to Hezbollah, and more importantly, it's up to Iran. Iran controls Hezbollah. So if they go back to striking northern Israel from southern Lebanon, well, then yes, the Israelis will have little choice to respond. So it's really up to Iran right now whether to continue the ceasefire, both in terms of Iranian actions, but more importantly, their terrorist proxy in Hezbollah. And I think so far so good. But the minute Hezbollah changes their mind, we have to point to Iran as the real culprit there.
So how do you think this will play out, Greg? What impact is the Lebanon conflict actually having on regional stability and on the upcoming 60 days?
Yeah, it's complicated because, of course, Iran wanted to make the Israel and Lebanon issue part of the agreement, and the president prefers to keep it segregated or separate. And remember, this is not between Lebanon and Israel. This is between Hezbollah and Israel. It's almost to the point. I mean, Israel and Lebanon are having direct talks. This is really Hezbollah as terrorists that are, trying to disrupt the peace process here. There are hardliners in Iran who don't want to do a deal. They want to keep fighting until perhaps they're all dead. I mean, they are suicidal in nature. And I think ultimately the U.S. military and the Israelis would be happy to comply with that death wish. But on the other hand, there are peaceful moderates in Iran who want to move ahead. So it's completely understandable that there are parts of the hardliner wing of the regime that want to continue fighting. They want Hezbollah to keep firing missiles on Israel. They know what will happen in response. So, good for Israel for actually complying with the wishes of the president to halt on responses until perhaps Iran can control Hezbollah not to provoke Israel anymore.
So President Trump says the war in Lebanon has gone on too long. Do you agree?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's been really destructive for the people of Lebanon, of course. And then, of course, the problem, it's been a huge problem for Israel. But even America, look, we had, well over 200 Marines killed in Army barracks bombing in 1982 or 83. And this is something that, has, again, been going on for 47 years, killing Americans in the region. So, yeah, Beirut has become sort of the ground zero of terrorist proxies in the region. It's not the only, hot point for terrorists, but it really has become a headache for both Israel and the United States. So I hope at this point, with direct talks between Lebanon and Israel and with the aid and assistance from the U.S., we can bring peace to that country.
Greg, thank you so much for your perspective, as always, on the matter. Greg Svensson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, and joining us from Washington, D.C.
Thanks, Katerina.
Tobias Ellwood is a former UK Middle East minister and armed forces minister and joins us from London. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon to you.
So we'll start with this question. What's your reaction to the Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. and Iran?
Well, it's another false start, I'm afraid. I do feel that we've been around this buoy so many times. The fact that it's not been publicized, that we're all left guessing as to the details, does not bode well indeed. If things last, we will see something being signed on Friday. Then it will be revealed. But the concessions that are already being hinted at, made by America, do beg the question as to whether really this war with Iran was worth it in the first place. To embark on this military conflict that, whilst it may have left Iran militarily and economically weaker, it's clearly gained. Iran clearly has gained political stature in the Middle East, particularly over the Straits of Hormuz. So there are still huge questions about what happens to those long-range missiles, what happens to Iran's nuclear ambitions, the uranium, the 440 kilograms of uranium, and who will patrol the Straits, who will keep the Straits free. And then other bigger issues, what happens to Israel? Have they agreed? By the sounds of things, Netanyahu is not on side. and what will be the fate of Lebanon as well. So the idea that you can tuck all this onto 1.5 pages of a memorandum of understanding, forgive me if I don't hold my breath thinking this is going to last.
Very, very complex issues, and we'll get to all of them very soon, Tobias. But do you see the signing of this memorandum of understanding on Friday as a victory for President Donald Trump, especially with the upcoming midterms?
Well, you mentioned the midterms, and that's absolutely crucial. I think he realizes that this has caused a lot of pain back home. The petrol prices, the gas prices in America have been hit. The war is unpopular, not least with Donald Trump's own base. MAGA do not like this. This goes against everything Donald Trump stood for. So he's been keen to wrap this up, not least because, of course, the World Cup is now dominating the headlines. And the idea that this issue goes unresolved is something that Donald Trump really wants to draw a line under. So he wants a deal, more so than I think the Iranians, who are determined to claim a victory out of this just by standing up to a world superpower. So the details are there, but as I say, I fear that this is all being kicked into the long grass. The difficult questions are for another time, not for today. This is about getting the straits open, and from that perspective, it will be a good thing if we can see the boats and the ships being able to transit safely. But again, another question, who's actually going to do the patrolling? The G7 summit that is taking place now off the Lake of Geneva, it's the Europeans that are being asked to come forward with their navies to do that patrolling. I can't see that happening either. So, as you say, some very, very complex questions that remain unanswered.
So what do you think, Tobias? Do you think this is an actual turning point within this conflict, a permanent ceasefire, or do you think this is just a temporary pause in tensions between the U.S. and Iran?
I think it's a mixture of both. I think we're going to see this temporary pause because, as I say, Donald Trump wants it. The knock-on geopolitical economic consequences of the Straits of Hormuz being closed has actually meant that Trump has felt it right across the world, with countries constantly badgering him to say, what have you done? Fertilizer, for example, unable to get out of the Straits, is impacting on countries' ability to grow crops. And this is all being pointed to Donald Trump's blame. He's being blamed for this. So he wants some form of get out. He wants an off-ramp as soon as possible. Likewise, you therefore have to ask yourselves, what was it all for? Where was it supposed to go? I have to say, as Middle East minister, I've followed this region for over a decade, and I saw how little we did to actually stand up to Iran, using its proxy influences to cause such a toxic atmosphere across the Middle East, to disrupt not just economies, but also the politics as well. The West, the world, didn't do enough. You now have an American president who dares to step forward, but he's done it in such a cack-handed way that we've ended up with the regime remaining intact, being able to control its own population with an ever sense of brutal force that we've not seen even before this war even started. So arguably, we're in a worse position than before the 25th of February.
With your perspective and expertise in the region, of course, we saw the Qatari minister saying that they're still remaining cautiously optimistic when it comes to this deal or memorandum of understanding. What do you think? Do you believe that there's still many trust issues when it comes to the U.S. and Iran?
Yes, I mean, I think you put your finger on the most difficult point here, is the absence of trust, is the ability to then move forward, knowing that everybody will believe in the memorandum of understanding. I mentioned Israel. Netanyahu has no ambitions to try and support this. He still wants to keep his fight in Lebanon going against Hezbollah there. So the Qataris are absolutely concerned about how long this will last.
Now, the administration and President Trump has always said that what's more important to him, even more important than the American economy, is that Iran never puts their hands on any nuclear capabilities. So the administration says Iran has agreed never to pursue a nuclear weapon. Is this realistic?
He claims this, but how often has he claimed this? It's absolutely the case that that's what Donald Trump wants, but again, 440 kilograms of enriched uranium, and we don't know what's going to happen to that. There's no clarity as to where this is going to go. I suspect it'll be parked into those discussions that will take place in the longer term. But this is all about Donald Trump getting a quick fix to get him out of the current difficult situation.
Now, Tobias, the deal reportedly allows shipping to resume in the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping groups seem to be cautious despite this announcement. Do you believe that Iran is prepared to permanently keep the Strait of Hormuz open to international shipping?
So you touch on the most important thing for Iran, and that's its leverage over the Straits of Hormuz and the money issue. We know that the country has been absolutely decimated by the bombing from the United States. It needs money, and it's wanted to charge the transition fees. That's what he wanted to introduce. And the other form of income is the release of frozen assets across the world. And that's where we're missing the detail. It looks like the Iranians have managed to gain concessions from America on both accounts, that they will be able to charge in some way or benefit from the transition and get access to those frozen assets, which are in the billions. And that will mean clearly that Iran is on the stronger footing than they were prior to the war.
So, as you said, Iran needs money. What big of a role did sanctions relief actually play in this deal that we know of?
This is the thing. We just simply don't know. We're only speculating. There are hints coming out of the G7. People close to the talks themselves have hinted that there has been some form of deal made in this way. I think J.D. Vance touched on this as well. If you look at the numbers that have been put out in the public, Trump's deal involves $24 billion of unfrozen assets, a $300 billion reconstruction fund. Now, you compare that with what Obama was dealing with. He was only talking about $1.7 billion of unfrozen Iranian assets, and also had a 98% reduction in Iran's uranium stockpile. So when you compare the two, and we should say that we don't know the detail, it's just what's come out, what Trump has produced is far, far worse than the Obama deal, which the Trump administration has spent years criticizing.
That's right, because President Barack Obama just recently argued that there's no way that this deal will be any different, he says, to his previous Iran nuclear agreement. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I was involved in that as Middle East minister, part of the P5 countries that helped to facilitate that, to gain access. I have to say some of the details that we forget is that when the moderates in Iran signed the deal themselves, the quid pro quo was to allow international businesses to enter Iran to help really build. When I visited the country a couple of times not so long ago, it does look like you're going back to the 1970s. So depleted is it of any investment. But because of other sanctions, no international bank was going to fund any support to upgrade Iran. So the Iranians signed a deal to say, yes, we'll stop our nuclear ambitions. We'll absolutely start to behave ourselves on condition that we can actually upgrade our country. And then the upgrade never came because we didn't do our side of the bargain. I was supposed to go in one of the Airbus, I think it was a 320, to fly to Tehran as part of a program to upgrade the Tehran airlines. And at the last minute, the flights were cancelled. The airplanes couldn't leave because no Western bank would sign off the actual deal themselves, fearful of American sanctions. So you can then see why the hardliners in Iran then said, look, we've signed this deal, but we're not benefiting from it. Why should we bother actually acknowledging and going forward? Let's continue to progress and build ourselves a nuclear weapon.
That's very interesting, Tobias. Now, on to France and the UK, who have been leading efforts to put together, they say, this maritime mission to liberate the Strait of Hormuz. This once the fighting stops. Allegedly, that's very soon. So what do you make of this maritime mission? What do you think it'll actually do?
Well, the first observation is, and I say this as half American, is the fact that you haven't got a clear joined-up thinking between America and the European allies. Why aren't they all working together? Instead, what's happening is that European countries are having to collectively work separate from America, realizing that actually this is in the international interests to keep the straits open. But when you hear Pete Hegseth and others, they have no interest in the long-term security of the region, let alone the straits themselves. So this is why they're being forced to, these countries, like-minded nations, are getting together to look at the details, the operational questions that you'd have to answer were we to go and put assets into the straits. Very, very dangerous indeed, because, of course, it could ignite, it could escalate, and we could be back at war again. So, but unfortunate that America and Europe are not on the same page.
That's right, Tobias. And you have experience in the region. So what do you make of this? Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will be toll-free for 60 days under the current pact. What does this mean? What will happen after the 60 days have gone by?
Yeah, again, another great question. We simply don't know. And as I say, this is all about Donald Trump almost getting bored, I'm afraid. Sorry to put it so bluntly, but getting bored of what happened there, trying to find some early solutions, quick fixes, and then leave. So by pushing this into the longer grass, he's hoping that, okay, after 60 days, people would have more or less forgotten about it. We'll send in the detailed decision makers and negotiators. Hopefully something can then be worked out in the longer term. But until then, we just have to hope that the straits do stay open. But Iran's nuclear ambitions, Iran's long-range missile systems, Iran's support for proxy militias, and Iran's grip over its own people have not changed. And that's the sadness about the situation that we find ourselves today.
And France and the UK seem to be on the same page here. Their main goal is to keep the Strait of Hormuz toll-free under international law. So Keir Starmer says the UK will play its full part in securing the Strait of Hormuz. What role do you expect Britain to play here?
Well, it has shone a light on our own defence posture, what our Royal Navy looks like at the moment. It's been in the public domain that we do need to invest more. So, yes, there's a domestic question mark about how we invest more in our defence. But I think there's a wider geopolitical question here, which I sort of touched on, which is the fact that nations such as Britain, France and others are having to upscale their statecraft, if you like, to show greater leadership in the absence of America on the international stage. We've had to do it in the past. We're having to do it again. And I think that is a good thing. But it is with sadness that we do this in the absence of America, as Donald Trump decides to take the United States in a very, very different, more isolated, more transactional direction.
Now on to the other complex topic we're talking about, Tobias, on Israel and Lebanon. President Trump, we've seen him criticize Israel very publicly recently. So is there now a policy disagreement, do you believe, between Washington and Israel?
Well, you're right to highlight this, because I've never heard such language by an American president for some time, certainly not Donald Trump. And he's right to say, although he was bragging about it, that Israel is absolutely reliant on America in so many areas. And the fact that he's now publicly questioning what Netanyahu is doing, publicly questioning the strategy, saying you need to go after one member of Hezbollah, you don't trash the entire bloc. You know, we've never heard Donald Trump speak this way. I think this is very, very welcome, but it's about, a year, 2 years too late, given what's happened in Gaza and elsewhere. So I do hope it offers a turning point in absolutely being able to control what Netanyahu is doing. And I distinguish Netanyahu from the rest of Israel because I do believe that he's doing it more for personal reasons than anything else. He wants to continue the war, knowing that as soon as war stops, as soon as we move into any peaceful period, then the spotlight will turn onto him and his own personal situation involving the legal threats that he faces. So the sadness of this is that Lebanon has been the target of this. And again, something that the West has been in denial about. We should have done more to help this country. But now is an opportunity. If we can have Donald Trump speak in this language, control and contain what Israel does, then there could be a better future for Lebanon. But as long as Israel continues to charge in above the Litani River, then I'm afraid we're going to see war continue there. And if it does continue, then that will question the value of the memorandum of understanding that we've just been talking about, because Iran won't tolerate Israel continuing to hit Lebanon, going after Hezbollah.
Could this issue between Israel and Hezbollah actually be one of the points that could derail this memorandum of understanding within these 60 days?
Yes, I think so. I think that's something we need to watch very, very carefully. I mean, further to what Trump said, to actually insult Netanyahu by saying even Syria could now, under its new political leader, the new president, could do a better job than Israel. I mean, that says something. So we need to watch carefully where this relationship with Israel, the United States relationship with Israel goes. For me, for too long, Netanyahu has been given a free pass to do whatever he likes across the Middle East. And that, I'm afraid, has taken the whole of the Middle East, despite the fact that they have every right to defend themselves after the brutality, the barbarity of the 7th of October attacks. The manner in which Israel has utilized their military might raises so many questions indeed. And I'm pleased Donald Trump is now calling that out.
That's right. Tobias Ellwood, thank you so much for your perspective on the matter. Former UK Middle East Minister and Armed Forces Minister joining us from London.
Thank you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor arts, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
The question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that? Mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa. How do you do that?
Hello and welcome. Welcome to part 2 of our interesting conversation with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, who talked very candidly about his experience as a diplomat in Washington, D.C., some of the issues he faced. He talked about Cyril Ramaphosa's visit to the White House as president of South Africa. And now, in part 2, he reveals why some of these issues are so important to him. Now, I was going to ask you a bit about domestic politics, because the ANC has always been known as the leading party, pretty much unchallenged until more recently. And now, of course, there's the GNU, the Government of National Unity. Considering what's been going on in the fractions occurring within South African politics, is it time for a rethink for the ANC?
If the ANC hasn't started rethinking 5 years ago, then the ANC will deserve what the voters continue doing to it. It will be a tragedy for South Africa if the ANC were ever to become irrelevant in the politics of South Africa, because the glue that held not just the nation together, but that kept at bay black rage and kind of white complacency was the ANC. And so the point of the matter is, if we lose that, we lose the fabric of our society. But the ANC will be able to blame no one else. It produced a Jacob Zuma. It was patient through a decade almost of state capture. It was very slow in renewing the ANC once it got rid of Jacob Zuma. It overthought, how do we deal with the people inside the ANC? It may have confused the fact that a decisive blow against corruption could increase your fortunes amongst the electorate, versus a slow kind of massaging of the internal forces as the way to keep the internal coalition of the ANC together. So I think that, for me, is the danger to the ANC. It's overthinking, it's overcaution, and its inability to deal a decisive blow. It had Jacob Zuma in prison, and then there was a pardon. Now, there are prices to pay for it, and sometimes you must choose at what moment you pay the price.
That's the sense I got, that glue that you describe is being dissolved by the fact the ANC has split along the lines, factions that are pro-Zuma, pro-Ramaphosa, and that you have that kind of fairly serious division. How can you unite the ANC again?
I think that the ANC has to decide where does it take and how does it take its punishment. It can go the slow death route, in which first the EFF goes out and takes away 10% and then or 7%, and then along comes MK Party of Jacob Zuma, and they take away another percent, and then you're down to 40%, etc. Or it can say, let's risk a glorious death with a possibility that we get a glorious resuscitation. And the glorious death will be, let's cut the umbilical cord with anyone who has been corrupt in the ANC. And then rebuild our trust that we have with the electorate, and give the electorate something to rally around a clean moral party, rather than living a whimpering life.
One of the complications I would guess you have is that you and a lot of those who have witnessed the pre-apartheid era so personally are of a generation of generations that think in a particular way. But then you have a younger generation, which, for example, the FF Economic Freedom Fighters of Julius Malema, he was ANC youth before, they appeal to the younger generations.
And I think that is always going to be the case, and that's why it was always important to have a youth league in the ANC that kind of socializes the next generations. And in socializing, you give them a true nature of what struggle is, its organization, its mobilization, its campaigns. Secondly, you give them a benchmark of suffering. Suffering isn't when you can't get a BMW. Suffering isn't when you can't wear Gucci's. Suffering isn't when you don't have a Breitling watch, etc. And therefore, the calibration of suffering is that we now have taps in every house, whereas before we had one child designated to fetch water from the river rather than go to school. That we now don't have candles in the house, you flip a switch and you've got a light in the house. You see, that's the fundamental changes. That if you're 60 and over, you get a pension every month, whereas before you didn't because you were black. That you can now learn math and science Before it was prohibited in your curriculum. So you see, once you make post-apartheid things too normal, you don't have a reverence for a history of your parents where none of that was available. And so we need to socialize people into this history of apartheid. And so we're so busy teaching technical things, which we must, that we have forgotten to refresh their memory.
Presumably, though, you have to be careful. You don't lecture to the degree where the young close their ears and say, la, 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 we don't want to know. We see the rest of the world moving a particular way.
No, absolutely. And I think that that's why history, being a history teacher myself, doesn't have to be boring. It has to be experiential. You've got to invest in the hard drive of the country. You cannot say, for example, we are putting all our money into bread and butter, but you don't build the sites of memorialization. You don't have a proper memory that captures the massacres and the education museum about what was the curriculum before.
And then ultimately you have to present South Africa, sort all this out, so you can present South Africa as a unified country so that it can attract foreign investors, it can show its position in the world in a stronger way, surely.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive objectives. How you refresh the memory of our young people, how you put bread and butter on the table, and how you compete in the world. And I think that South Africa does have the infrastructure, for example, for education. It has the kind of electronic infrastructure where our young people transact on their cell phones and become entrepreneurs. I just think that, and that has been an advantage for us over many years, that our banking knowledge, our banks are the best, our justice system is the best, etc., etc. I just think that we are not clicking it together into one unified strategy as our presentation to the world.
I'm going to move on to your career as a diplomat and some of the smart things people have said. You have said a couple of quotes based on diplomacy. You've said diplomacy is not the art of lying, but it's the art of telling the truth gently and constructively. Diplomacy is not flattery or denial, but it's persuasion based on intellectual honesty and integrity. Diplomacy is not the abandonment of your core values, but it is about universalizing them for a better world. And diplomacy is not sacrificing your interests, but it's about pursuing them with dignity. How has diplomacy changed since your early years?
So, orthodox diplomacy meant that diplomats studied the Vienna Convention. They were taught the Vienna Convention. There was a way in which you did things, and there was a language that you spoke. There was a strong foundation of civility in all of that. And so navigating the gentleness in your diplomacy, the truth-telling in your diplomacy, navigating how to secure your values while advancing your interests, those were the kind of stuff that made my first stint as a diplomat really exciting. How did I do that with the kind of Obama administration? I think in this round, the rules were gone. In this round, you were punished without being demarched, called in for an explanation. Your note verbals, when you say to Secretary Rubio, can my Minister of International Relations call you for 2 minutes to congratulate you on being appointed? And they don't respond to it, but you hear on a tweet that they're not going to talk to us. And so forth. When they don't pitch up at the G20 without explanation, and after you inquire through note verbals about it, you read on a tweet that we won't go there because South Africa's leadership of the G20 is based on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's why we won't go. When the one who steps into you at a low level is then prohibited from posing for the family photo, and to her credit, resigns after that. So I'm saying that this is a world of fundamental incivility. And therefore, the question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that? Mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa. How do you do that?
Has Trump invented a new form of diplomacy in this way, or has brinkmanship essentially been at the core of it, even if it was more subtle?
I don't think that anything that Donald Trump does is diplomatic. I think it's all brinkmanship. And we were very good going into the USA, believing that transactionality was the critical language to speak. And we were prepared for that. We read The Art of the Deal, we tried to understand, we tried to divine his mind and so forth. But he's essentially capricious. He's essentially unpredictable. He is essentially mood-driven. Some of our diplomats joked, we said, he's like the cushion pillow. He's going to speak based on the impression the last person left on him. And so the point of the matter is, you cannot prepare a diplomatic path for that. You've got to be at the height of your wits. And I think the fact that I was able to do what I call an encircling strategy. I did the business associations. Then I moved towards the think tanks. Then I got through 22 doors of Congress and Senate in an encircling strategy, and then clinched at the last White House. And it was based on really trying to change the atmosphere around the president, as opposed to trying to change the mind of the president. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So when someone tells me, a senator from the MAGA says, you're too close to China, get rid of your relationship with China, then you can speak. Then I said, Senator, you know, you pointing a shotgun at South Africa's knees, threatening to kneecap us, but you first want us to throw away our crutches. Then the senator, when he sees the image, he laughs. He says, I can see what you mean. So the point is, that's the kind of disarming that you have to do as you move towards the White House.
So I was going to ask you, is there anything you like about Donald Trump's style of diplomacy? You said he's not a diplomat, so is there anything you like about his non-diplomacy?
I think that, believe me, I predicted that if the Global South agenda and the G20 agenda of South Africa is realized in two important ways. One, that we can reform the global architecture for the United Nations and the World Bank. There is only one maverick that can do it, and that is Donald Trump. Because the absence of diplomacy could be resulting in the fact that he has no holy cows. He's loyal to nothing. Unlike Biden. Biden is loyal to all those institutions, and therefore you can't expect a Biden to reform those institutions or to subvert those institutions. But here is a man who his incivility is so universal. His capriciousness is so universal that if you want that kind of reform of the global architecture done, he may be the man who could do it, and therefore you've got to compete for who sits last on that cushion.
So early on, the twist is early on in his first term, he used the term holes for, I'm trying not to get bleeped here, for many African countries. Do you think he takes Africa seriously in any way?
I think he's taking Africa seriously now, because the fundamental method in the madness in the USA is that the USA has fallen behind in the scramble for critical minerals. You see, there's no accident that Donald Trump in his inauguration was surrounded by the tech barons, starting with Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc. All of them know that what will define this moment in the fourth industrial revolution is the access to critical minerals. They've now have a critical mineral czar in the White House. That's how important it is. They've identified 50 critical minerals that the USA needs in the short term if it is not to be overrun by China in the technological race. Of that, 12 of those 50, the US is 100% dependent on other countries. For 29, 50% dependent on other countries. And for 13 of them, absolutely dependent on China, either through China's providing it or China processing it. So this thing about Greenland sounds mad, but Greenland is the access to the melting ice where critical minerals may be available in the Arctic. The joke about Panama, the US never wants to be in a situation where the passage between the Pacific and the Atlantic is closed. The bombing of Houthis, that the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean must never be held hostage again. So Africa has 30% of the world's critical minerals, and South Africa, 80% of the world's platinum critical minerals. So is Africa taken seriously? The moment of absolute aggression against South Africa came when South Africa lost 18 soldiers in the eastern DRC to M23, believed to be a proxy of Rwanda, believed to be a proxy. We lost 18 soldiers in defense of the critical minerals of the DRC. Once South Africa withdrew its forces, the United States came into the DRC and have signed the deal now for how to harness the critical minerals of the DRC. So, if Africa is important, it is because it is critical for critical minerals.
You know, that you've mentioned the role of China. And I wonder, with South Africa's position in the world today, the growing BRICS alliance and so on, is it possible there are these new economic alliances might help redress this Western dominance up to now? Do you see a realignment on the global stage to the degree that South Africa could benefit from this?
Part of the reason that South Africa is in the crosshairs is because South Africa finds itself at a very interesting place in the global architecture. It is in BRICS, it is in the non-aligned movement, it is central to the African Union, it is the president of the G20. And so South Africa finds itself wherever the counterbalance to Western domination is being born. At this moment, there is a multipolarity developing. Just more poles in the world around which to organize the world. It is not yet of the capacity for what I would call multilateralism, the ability to do what you want to. So there's no, America fears it, that this multipolarity will express its multilateralism through, for example, de-dollarization, getting off the dollar system. I don't think even China is ready for that. We can experiment. If I buy oil from Saudi Arabia, I pay them in rand. When they buy meat from South Africa, they pay us in rial. We can do those kind of things. But the fact of the matter is, the world isn't ready for de-dollarization. But that would be a warning bell in the US that if this multipolarity develops further, it could lead to that. It could lead to intra-global South deals. South Africa sends all its platinum for processing to China, and the US has to buy it so that they can manufacture cars in the US. So it could deal with those kind of things. So what I'm saying in short is that there is a multipolarity developing. It is not yet of the capacity for multilateralism, but the US is anticipating those kind of possibilities and therefore needs to resolve a few issues before then.
So, you know, in that respect, I guess South Africa's sudden presence with the ICJ filing would show that these other nations are willing to stand up now. What did that ICJ filing by South Africa do against the genocide case against Israel? What did it do for South Africa's standing?
I think South Africa emerged at that moment not as an economic or military superpower, but certainly as a moral superpower in the world. That it was able to take a step, taking Israel to the ICJ, which potentially could be, as it may be proving now, to be against its interests. And particularly when, in a sense, you jeopardize your interests in order to advance core values, core solidarities with the Palestinians, and stirs the conscience of the world, then I think it is threatening to those who have nurtured an impunity in Israel. And so what happened out of that is that South Africa, through its interim ruling that it got from the International Court of Justice, where 14 of the 15 judges said they may have something to answer for on the genocide. The signs are there. Suddenly, the narrative that all history in the Middle East started on the 7th of October 2023, that narrative fell apart. That people saw the beginning of the movie, they saw that moment in the movie, and they could also now predict how the movie was going to end through the depopulation of the Palestinians, the increasing of settlements, the demilitarized zones that will squeeze the Palestinians and Gaza into one corner, the disabling of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the taking of land. That's how the movie is going to end. It may not end with a two-state solution even. So, but the fact is, South Africa intervening at this critical moment in the plot showed the whole movie. And the fact is that that stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind. So I think South Africa stirred the conscience of the world, and when Ireland and Spain join South Africa, then you know that you are breaking the consensus that has, the guilt consensus that has carefully built up in the Western world.
So I'm going to quote you here where you said, withdrawing from the International Court of Justice is not an option until Palestine is free and Israel is accountable. And though you've seen that support, as you said, how much pressure is South Africa facing with this issue ongoing?
I think that we've already paid with all our aid. I think we're already slapped with 30% tariffs. And we can say it's part of the generality of the world, but there was something visceral about how South Africa was narrativized in all of it. Terrible things are happening there. They're doing a genocide. We were pilloried in the world like no other country. Mexico was just slapped with tariffs. Canada was just slapped with tariffs. In our case, the narrative had to be particularly horrible. And that was particularly to break down South Africa's moral authority. You don't have the moral authority to take our ally Israel to the International Court of Justice. That is why the language against South Africa was so visceral.
Do you see progress in people's perspective? You said there are younger generation Jewish people who may love Israel but say, look, I won't give a blank check to Netanyahu. But, you know, there are those analysts who say that, and Jewish and Israeli actually, who say that the term anti-Semitism is becoming weaponized in order to be the standard argument against what they see as Zionism. Do you see progress in the way the world is thinking?
You know, starting at a different point, we had to warn in South Africa the weaponization of the term racist. when populists use racist labels or labels of racism and racists to justify why they didn't get a job, why they didn't win this, why they didn't win that, then we know that they are weaponizing something sacred in what went down in the history of South Africa, and that we should never be able to allow that term to be weaponized in that way. So we acted against that by education and by prohibiting hate speech in our Constitution. I think if Jewish consensus does not salvage the notion of anti-Semitism, prevent it from being weaponized, and stop it from becoming the fig leaf for Israeli atrocity, then they are in danger of sullying the memory of the 6 million who died in the Holocaust, because they are taking a sacred memory and putting it at the service of a government in Israel to protect atrocities by that government and to cover up for a genocide in the name of the 6 million people. And therefore, every community must not be preached from without to stop the weaponization of the notion anti-Semitism. It has to be an intra-Jewish debate in honor of the memory of those who have truly died at the hands of anti-Semitic tyrants in the world.
As a Muslim, I want to get your perspective on the way Islamophobia started to grow in many places, especially post 9/11. Where do you think things stand now for the Muslim world in general?
I think that Islamophobia is a phenomenon that is now admitted. You can now Google the spelling of Islamophobia and find the word. Find the word, whereas up till 5 years ago, it was not to be found in Google or Chrome or whatever the case may be. So it is now a word. It's been a hard fought for word to enter. And I come from a Muslim community that had the height of Islamophobia. Muslims were enslaved in colonial South Africa, and Islam as a religion was banned in colonial South Africa, and under apartheid it was declared a false faith. So that is Islamophobia. So I often say this to people so that they don't confuse the slight, every slight against a Muslim, as an act of Islamophobia, because we must bear in mind the fundamental notion of a discrimination, which is a bigotry, which is a power relationship. So for me, I will forgive someone who comes to me with a prejudice, because all that they've learned about Islam, they may have learned from Osama bin Laden. So I must understand that that prejudice by them must be diffused. But they don't have that, so they may have their right to a prejudice because we may have presented Islam in a problematic way, in a violent way. They may have learned it in their textbooks. So I must be able to forgive a prejudice, but I can never forgive a discrimination, because the discrimination is the ability to turn a prejudice into a powerful act of exclusion, of humiliation against you. So those are the kind of very important nuances that we need in this world today, whether for Islamophobia, whether for anti-Semitism, whether for racism. And so the world needs a conversation about back to those kind of basics so that we get it right.
You're creating parallels basically between the terms anti-Semitism and anti.
They're all children of one family. Yeah. The family surname is bigotry. Ignorance and fear are the first generation, and prejudice and discrimination is the second generation, and then you've got all these children running wild.
And I know you, as a Muslim, have tried very hard to create a greater understanding and to fight Islamophobia as well. In fact, Nelson Mandela praised you on it. What did Madiba say to you?
No, Madiba found it very counterinstinctive that a global community that often isolates because its theology could be isolationist in the wrong hands. It often excludes itself because its theology in the wrong hands says stay away from anyone who doesn't believe we eat like us, pray like us, and dress like us, and so forth. So he found it very strange that we formed an organization called the Call of Islam. Its first acts in its quest for liberation in South Africa was to affiliate to the United Democratic Front, which was the internal liberation movement, and its second act was to affiliate to Desmond Tutu's interfaith movement. Because we did the counterinstinctive. We inserted ourselves with our identities and, in fact, I think, enriched the whole of the struggle, the whole of the interfaith movement with a perspective of Islam and Muslims that I think, by its example, combated the historical Islamophobia that was there. I challenge, for example, American Muslims who do face Islamophobia. My son gets held up for 2 hours at Dallas International Airport because of his name and his religion. He's seconded every time. I get seconded when I don't have a diplomatic passport. So the fact of the matter is, I tell them that the best way to fight Islamophobia against Muslims is to join the struggle against racism by finding touch points with Black Lives Matter, for example, so that we show that all bigotries are related. So we've got to do the count, and that's what Nelson Mandela recognized, the ability of my generation to do the counter-instinctive.
Moving on to the G20 now, then, you've got South Africa as the chair. What are the main benefits for South Africa?
I think that, first, the main burden for South Africa is that South Africa completes 4 years of global South leadership, starting with Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So the global South had been building up for a reform of the global architecture, issues like debt, issues like development, just energy transitions, etc. The challenge for South Africa is that we hand over the chairperson or the presidency of the G20 to President Trump. And so that's the challenge. The burden is we've got to complete the job of the Global South. The challenge is we've got to hand it over to Donald Trump. So South Africa has to decide, in a sense, whether its presidency, under these very unpredictable, difficult geopolitical circumstances, whether it salvages a few things that it runs with, or whether it tries to push through that agenda and give it to Donald Trump, whether Trump will even be there to receive it. Those are the imponderables for South Africa. And so if I were South Africa, I'd understand that I'm probably in a holding operation. The big systemic changes won't be made. Maybe out of the global financial architecture, we can get some debt relief. Maybe out of that, we can get the 19 of the 20 to invest in making up some of the aid that was lost as a result of the actions by the 20th member. I think South Africa needs to see how much of that agenda it can complete, seduce Donald Trump to come and take up the chain, find him on a day that he may be maverick enough to take on the global architecture. I think it's a very unpredictable year for South Africa.
A day when the cushions had time to recover, yeah? So I'm going to quote you here on that. You said, our friends are mighty in the G20, but they're also the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the occupied. Do you feel Donald Trump is trying to bully the G20?
I think he's trying to take over the presidency of the G20 on his terms. We don't yet know what it is. But if, for example, he thinks that the G20 is going to be the place, another site of struggle in his trade war, if he thinks that this is going to be his platform to lord it over the G20, he could have one of two reactions. He could either have acquiescence, that people sit him out, or they go along with him, or he might just be able to translate America first into America alone. Because the G19 may well say, listen, if we sit out next year, let us act on an agenda that I think gives us strength in the trade war and in the face of this kind of bullying from the United States.
Is it essential that he attend, that the US attend?
As President Ramaphosa said, we don't want to hand over the leadership to an empty chair. Because that's what it is. It could either mean that he sends someone else to receive it, or it means that it could be the end of the G20. If it's like disqualification in a relay race. If the baton is dropped, or if the runner refuses to run, you have disqualification. So that really would be the kind of options available to us.
Personally, do you think he will come or not?
I think he has enough of a sense of the grandness of the occasion. If vanity is a driving force for him, there is nothing more vainglorious than coming to say, I am now the president of the G20. So I think we should work with that instinct rather than anything else.
To wrap up the last part of our wonderful conversation, Ambassador, let's bring it back to South Africa's relationship with the USA. Where do you believe things stand now, overall?
South Africa's relationship with the USA has always been at three levels. We've always had troubled relations with its executive, its White House, who basically see South Africa's allies, whether it's Fidel Castro and whether it's Yasser Arafat, and then thought that they could lecture to Nelson Mandela about who his friend should be, and Nelson Mandela told them where to get off. So we've always had that one. Reagan never wanting to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa. So we've had a troubled relationship at the White House. We've had 50-50 relations with Congress and Senate. It took until 2008 for Congress to remove Nelson Mandela from the terrorist list. 2008. But there were glorious moments in which, led even by Republicans, they overturned Reagan's veto and passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. So it's a 50-50 thing. But we've always had wonderful relations with the people of the United States. Those were the people who refused to eat our oranges, who refused to unload our ships, who refused to have anything to do with South Africa. And whether it was Danny Glover, the actor, whether it was even disputed as it is, Bill Cosby having on his fridge boycott apartheid for his shows, the musicians, etc. So, and you see, that's what frightens a Donald Trump. That South Africa is actually the one country with a constituency in the United States. That when South Africa does something, like, for example, the case against Israel, it does find echo because South Africa has been a moral beacon for ordinary Americans. So, all in all, it is Congress that decides a goer. It is the executive and the administration that decides on trade. And so we can create a pressure from the bottom, but we've got to do smart negotiating in the middle. And the negotiations has to be based not on, oh, we're so poor, please help us. It has to be based on the fact that says, this is our leverage. We have 600 US companies, they're making enormous profits, and if you impose these tariff and trade restrictions on us, they suffer. That we have 80% of the world's platinum. Every car needs platinum for its catalytic converters. And if you want our platinum, then we negotiate this deal. So I think and then, believe it or not, to say we have 20 South African companies in the USA. They employ thousands of Americans, and if you do this, it will have an adverse effect on how Sasol is able to bring in its feedstock, and if you put tariffs on that, then 10,000 Americans lose their livelihoods in Louisiana. So I think we've got to become hard-nosed. That's the language of transactionality. We'll not win the language of values. Let that narrative go. The world knows who's the adult and who's not, who's the liar and who's not. But the fact is, if we don't go in there knowing what our leverages are, we'll be eaten for breakfast.
Just to throw in a personal anecdote involving Nelson Mandela because of what you just said. Back in '97 when I interviewed him, he had just met with Muammar Gaddafi, who was president of Libya at the time, and he had a big backlash in the media because of that. And when I asked him how he reacted to the fact he had such negative press in the West about meeting Muammar Gaddafi, his words, the line stuck in my head. I've got it recorded somewhere. I will not have anyone tell me who my friends are.
Absolutely.
So that's exactly what you said, he said.
Absolutely.
I wonder, who represents South Africa in D.C. now, considering what happened to you?
I think that we have what is called the chargé. It is the one who would have been my deputy. He is the chargé d'affaires. The president has, I think wisely, withheld the naming of a successor, but has in the interim put in place a special envoy who I think is facing challenges of his own, because no one who has ever tasted white supremacy in South Africa can withhold themselves from telling the truth about who they're seeing. So he's facing those challenges. And so, in a sense, the way in which presidents come in and out of Washington by themselves, it appears as if those moments in the White House are very important for Trump and kind of eliminates. So ambassadors do the footwork, but the big scene is in very kind of direct relations with that. So I think that South Africa doesn't need to tempt a kind of rejection at this moment by the USA. South Africa must certainly not allow the USA to choose our ambassador for us. And already you're coming with those kind of... We don't choose their ambassador even if we were to find him or her very odious. But the US must not choose our ambassador.
What are you doing now as such then? What is your day-to-day job?
So I basically have returned to my foundation, which is called the World for All Foundation. And I think I do a lot of my work through there. I'm considering what my next step would be. There are quite a few offers about how I can do my work. But I think, for example, the World for All Foundation has been invited to make a contribution to Syria's rebuilding through the idea of what models of statecraft are available if you don't want to be Islamist. What's the middle line between a kind of Islamist model, a dictatorial model, or a outright Western democracy? There must be. And so the World for All has built up some of those kind of expertises.
Now, having been declared persona non grata by the US Secretary of State, are you able to return to America?
No, they've also revoked my travel visa, my tourist visa, and which was expected.
Under a better circumstance, if there was the opportunity to return to that diplomatic post, is it something you'd be interested in doing?
No, I don't think so. I think I've now. It was already quite a big decision about whether I should go the second time. I did it out of a sense of national duty rather than burning ambition. I'm not a career diplomat, so I don't think so.
Do you wear that persona non grata badge with honor, or is it disgrace?
No, absolutely. It's an honor wherever I'm going. I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values. And so I think that for me, it's absolutely a badge of honor.
So, Ambassador, no regrets?
No regrets, absolutely.
Thank you for being so kind with your time. I know you're unemployed technically, but still. Good to give us the time.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
All the best. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, sir. Fascinating insights there from the former South African ambassador to the USA, Ibrahim Rasool. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. Do give us your comments and feedback and subscribe to the show, and I'll see you soon.
This is Randa Abul Azm, and I would like to welcome President of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, in this exclusive interview for Al Arabiya English. And of course, we welcome you with us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, you're here visiting Egypt, coming from Jordan, in a time where is the time of war in this area, the Iranian attacks on the Gulf countries, on Jordan, the closing of the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. So the timing and the significance of this visit, of your visit now, can you just shed light on that?
I think it's very important that me as a president coming from the north has good connections with this region. I've been to Egypt before, I've been to Jordan before in various capacities, but of course right now we live through very dangerous and precarious times around the world, and many of the conflicts that we see, whether it's Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, whether it's the US, Israel and Iran, or Iran and the Gulf states, or Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Gaza, Israel and the West Bank are interlinked. So for me it's been very important to hear the views of His Majesty the King of Jordan, or His Excellency the President of Egypt. And so I learn a lot during these trips, and then I can take this back to my European colleagues and friends and allies.
Of course, the current situation as regards the negotiations between the United States and Iran in Islamabad is just surrounded by ambiguity, confusion. We're not sure if the negotiations will resume, will they would be able to make a deal, will the military will be used again.
Yeah.
So do you fear a worse scenario?
Well, obviously, we work with many different scenarios, but if you look at the parameters or the landing zone of the negotiations, I would assume there are at least 4 issues. One of them is the enrichment of uranium, so nuclear weapons, and there probably a deadline, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years is what the Americans and Iranians are negotiating about. Second, proxies. How do you make sure that Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis are not used by the Iranians anymore in the future? Third, missiles. How do you limit? Because those are the missiles that have been flown into the region. And then, of course, finally, the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, we're now in a situation whereby the Strait of Hormuz was open, and now the Iranians have discovered that they can kind of use it as a nuclear weapon because it's 20% of global oil exports going through that strait. So hopefully they'll find a solution, but it looks very difficult right now.
You think it's very difficult?
Yeah, I think, we are on a knife's edge. We don't know how these negotiations are going to end. I myself have actually spoken to the American negotiators over the weekend. They were carefully hopeful, but of course now we've seen that J.D. Vance didn't travel to Islamabad, so there's a little bit of back and forth. I guess the good news is that the ceasefire holds, but the bad news is that the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and we don't have a solution yet.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, if the war ends now, how long will the world economy recover?
It's difficult to say, and it depends on where you're from. A country like Finland doesn't get directly affected by exports of oil or fertilizers or food from this region. But indirectly we do, because, of course, of higher petrol prices, because of potential inflation, even the idea of increasing interest rates. But then if you are from this region, or if you are from Asia, you get hit much harder. So I do think that this will have ramifications, but the truth is the sooner we're able to end this conflict, the smaller the ramifications. Example, COVID. COVID was long-term, and it hit us hard for a long time. We hope that this will be shorter term.
Okay, among European leaders, you are known for your close relationship with President Trump. I'm sure you've heard that before. Well, you have been described as Trump's best pal in Europe, Trump's whisperer. You played golf in Mar-a-Lago for 7 hours. Actually, you were described as the golf diplomacy and Europe's envoy to Mar-a-Lago. Well, given this friendship, could you mediate in this war between Iran and the United States?
Well, first of all, I don't want to inflate my role with the President of the United States. You have to remember the President of the United States is very much his own man. So I am privileged in the sense that I have a relationship with him. We're able to communicate, text, or call each other. But if I get one idea through out of 10, I'm very lucky. And usually the things that we discuss are a little bit out of this region. Icebreakers, which we sell to the United States, NATO, and then Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. So we haven't really spoken that much on Iran. And I don't think the Americans want Europeans as mediators. That's why they're using the Pakistanis. And actually previously the Egyptians and the Omanis as well. So I think this is more of regional mediation. Ukraine and Russia is a different story.
Of course. While Europe's leaders refuse to support the United States in this current war with Iran, what is Finland's position, especially since you have expressed solidarity with the Gulf countries and also Jordan that are facing Iranian attacks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first thing I did was to express solidarity to the Gulf states after Iran attacked. And I have told my European friends, can you imagine if Russia were to send missiles and drones into, say, 12 European countries? We would probably call it a world war. So I called many of my friends and colleagues in the region. Now, Finland's position is the same as about 40 to 50 countries around the world, led by France and the UK, who want the Strait of Hormuz to be open, who want to respect the freedom of navigation. And our involvement will be very similar to what it has been in previous events like this, through Atalanta missions and others. But we don't really have any warships or anything like that we can send. And I think the European approach is that once we have a ceasefire and a peace agreement, if there is a necessity then to monitor that and to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz stays open, then we can come in and help together with our allies.
Okay, President Trump has also criticized his European allies for not supporting the United States during this war. Well, does Europe intend to redefine or rearrange its relationship with the United States? And could you mediate between the United States and Europe, given the proximity you have with President?
Well, I guess the starting point is to say that, the war in Iran is different from what we have usually experienced, in the sense that there was no prior consultation of allies. It was very much an American and Israeli endeavor. Having said that, it is absolutely clear that we want to help the United States to solve it. And as an individual partner and an ally to the United States, I'm sure, much like the United Kingdom or anyone else, will try to help us as best we can. When it comes to US-Europe relations, I still believe very strongly in the alliance. And I know that, there are a few ripples in the relationship right now because of the language that's been used. But I think, we try to work on a close bilateral relationship, especially on defense cooperation with the United States. It's mutually beneficial. I mentioned the icebreakers that we sold to the U.S. We just bought 64 F-35s from the U.S. So we'll continue on that track. And then, of course, it's in our vested interest to keep the United States engaged in NATO. But we're realistic. We think that Europe should take more responsibility of its security. But I'm not going to give advice to NATO allies who've been there from the beginning. We've only been members for 3 years.
Yes, I'm talking now about NATO. Well, Finland officially joined NATO, driven by the security concerns after the Russian-Ukrainian war. You share a border with Russia around 1,300 kilometers. Well, President Trump has threatened to withdraw from NATO, but you stated that there are no indications of a U.S. withdrawal. Are these confirmed assurances that President Trump or the United States will remain in NATO?
Yeah, I look at it from both a military and a political perspective. I think it's in the interest of the alliance, and more specifically of the United States, to have close allies. And the way in which I explain it is that Finland has 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia. In Lapland, above the Arctic, we are 100 kilometers away from the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. And those nuclear weapons, whether they're in submarines or missiles or bombers, they are not directed at Helsinki, Stockholm, or Oslo. They are directed at Washington, D.C., New York, or Los Angeles. So therefore, it's in the vested interest that countries like Finland, Sweden, and Norway can continue to monitor and share intelligence with the United States what is happening with these nuclear weapons. Having said all of that, I think what will happen is a controlled burden sharing, where we will see probably less troops from the United States in Europe, some less conventional material, which will be replaced by Europeans. But I think that the alliance will stay strong because it's in the military and political interest of the United States to do that.
Well, if the United States, decides to withdraw, can we have a European NATO?
Well, I don't deal with hypotheticals because I think you need to deal with the world as it is. I think that's a good starting point. And of course, Finland has been a member of NATO only for 3 years, and we have one of the largest militaries in Europe. I think what we're striving towards is a more European NATO rather than a purely European NATO. So we need American presence, and we will continue to help the United States. The United States will continue to help Europe, but I just don't see the U.S. Withdrawing, despite the sometimes rather harsh rhetoric.
Okay, there is an upcoming NATO summit or meeting in Ankara in July. Do you think that the NATO, they will rectify the relationship with the United States?
I mean, let's go back just 2 summit meetings of NATO where I have been myself. The first one was with Joe Biden celebrating the 75th anniversary of the alliance in Washington, D.C. It was great. For me, it was the first time. The second one was in The Hague, only last summer. We increased our defense expenditure to 5%. That is historic. That's levels which are kind of higher than they were during the Cold War. And now this NATO summit in Ankara, obviously led by President Erdogan of Turkey, will be focused on burden shifting. In other words, the United States will ask, how much are you willing to take over? Right now it's about 60-40 US-Europe. We're probably moving towards 50-50 or 40-60. And then they will look, well, are you committed to the 5%? And all of us will say, who have been doing it, yes, we are. And then on top of that, there will be probably an embryo of a more European NATO. And finally, I would like there to be something on the Arctic as well, because I think Arctic security is super important.
Yes, of course. Well, there's a discussion about forming a multinational force to help secure navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Will Finland participate in this force? And such a force, will it be able to protect the ships or the navigation from any Iranian attacks?
Well, we have historically participated in different types of peacekeeping missions, including in the Red Sea and with the Atalanta, usually with a few officers, because we are professional in things that have to do with ice, so Arctic. Whereas, Strait of Hormuz and, say, Suez, they're a little bit different. But I'm sure we will participate in one way or another, but as a government in Finland, we haven't taken that decision yet. But of course, in due time, we will do that.
And will that mission be able to protect the navigation from Iranian attacks in the
That would be the aim. One of the problems we, of course, have is that the Iranians have discovered that they now have a de facto nuclear weapon by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and they don't need to enrich any uranium for that. And I hope that we can come back to the tenets of international law freedom of navigation and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I think it benefits everyone.
Okay. There's a European summit in Cyprus next Friday that will be attended by the Egyptian president, also the Jordanians and the GCC Council, the Syrian president. This will address the repercussions of this war on Europe. What do you think can come out of this?
Okay, I think what's happening now is we are seeing a realignment of power in the world. And for me, that means that, the United States has a new type of a foreign policy, and, they can have that. That is their choice. Russia has an old type of foreign policy. And the question is, what should Europe and this region do together? I think it's time for us to deepen our economic cooperation, deepen our security cooperation, even deepen our defense cooperation. And I think Egypt is in a super important role here because, of course, it is sort of in the middle of it all in the Horn of Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and with a link to Europe. So the closer we can bring the Middle East and this region to Europe, the better.
I think we're running out of time, but I still have a few questions. One of them, of course, about Russia. Have the U.S.-led peace talks between Russia and Ukraine reached the dead end?
They are right now in an impasse, probably for two reasons. One is the war in Iran. The Americans are preoccupied on that because the two main negotiators are dealing with that. And the second one is an unwillingness of Russia to forge peace. There is a 20-point plan, but there are still outstanding issues. We work on three case scenarios. One is that the war continues, two is that we get peace, or three is that one or the other party is weakened. We believe that scenario one, the war will continue, and Ukraine is in a much, much stronger position than they were a year ago.
Okay, why has Finland not officially recognized the Palestinian state, despite the fact that you are supporting the two-state solution?
We support the two-state solution. We're looking for decisions that are based on international law, the borders of 1967. We do a lot of humanitarian aid. The Finnish constitution is such that the government proposes a recognition and the president decides. And as president, I have told the government that I would be willing to recognize a Palestinian state. The government, with two parties against, two in favor, haven't come to a conclusion. But this is a question of time. Finland will recognize Palestine when the time is right from a Finnish perspective.
Okay, of course, we've heard about the Gulf diplomacy. There is also the sauna diplomacy, very famous Finnish sauna. Which is more effective from your point of view?
Probably in golf you spend more time with your counterpart, about 4 hours, whereas keeping a foreign dignitary in a sauna for 4 hours at 100 degrees, I think I would call it torture.
Can you try this with President Trump?
I think I'll stick to the golf course. But sauna is wonderful because it's the only international word that comes from Finnish, and everyone knows what it is.
Okay, Finland is one of the happiest countries in the world. So 8 years ago you gave a speech about how to achieve happiness. Given the circumstances now, after 8 years, and you're president and you're touring the world, are you still able to maintain your happiness?
I am personally. I think happiness comes from meaning, and I feel that right now I have a meaningful task as President of the Republic, which has an impact both in Finland and globally. And I'm of course very happy that Finland has been ranked the happiest country in the world for 8 years running. And I think it really comes down to basics. We have an equal society, we have a good education system, and we have a love for nature. So let's keep smiling and keep meaning in life. I'm quite happy.
President Alexander Stubb, thank you very much for giving us this interview, and thank you for watching this interview on Arabiya English.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissim. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.